If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 351, Chapter 348, Fang Mo's Overgrown Rover. As everyone was intoxicated, Fang Mo made things intentionally difficult. Makima didn't linger for long. After skillfully diverting Fang Mo's topic with a smile, she stood up, holding her head, pretending to be drunk as well, and left after paying the bill. Others, being drunk, didn't notice anything, but Fang Mo observed everything. It must be said, as one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse and the control devil, Makima's schemes are indeed profound. Before achieving her goal, she can maintain her composure in any situation. Fang Mo nearly provoked her to the extreme, yet she still managed to restrain herself, something most people couldn't do. Of course, this also relates to Fang Mo's current strength. If it were an ordinary person daring to confront her, Makima would maintain her image and not show anger publicly, but that person would surely not see the sun the next day. But there was no choice. Fang Mo was too difficult to deal with. Makima currently had no way to handle him. According to the original story, Makima's plan was to control the chainsaw devil Pokata to create a world of her ideal. For this plan, she had been preparing for a long time. But Fang Mo appeared out of nowhere, almost disrupting all her plans. Given Makima's personality, she would definitely find a way to deal with Fang Mo, either by using him or finding an opportunity to eliminate him. However, she didn't know Fang Mo was actually waiting for such a move. After all, in Fang Mo's view, Makima's struggles were really interesting. Soon after Makima left, the welcome party for the newcomers ended, as everyone was already drunk, so they all went their separate ways. It's worth mentioning, a drunken Himeno seemed to have taken Denji away. Usually, Hayakawa Aki might have gone to bring him back, but now he himself was too drunk to think clearly. In the end, Air and Power dragged him home, so no one cared about Denji anymore. As for Fang Mo, he naturally returned to his own villa. "Ah Shwet, I'm back from messing around." Pushing open the door, Fang Mo called out, but soon found Ah Shwet busy in the kitchen, so he curiously approached. "What are you busy with so late?" "Welcome back, master." Ah Shwet turned to smile at Fang Mo, then pointed at a large clay pot in front of her. "I'm learning how to pickle cabbage." Upon hearing Ah Shwet's words, Fang Mo unconsciously looked up and found that the kitchen was already filled with cabbages, along with a large pile of salt and other things. "There's really no need to do this ourselves, right? It seems quite troublesome. Wouldn't it be easier to just buy some?" "No, I actually quite enjoy this feeling." Ah Shwet didn't mind and even smiled. "When I was studying at the Joestar Mansion, I also learned about winemaking techniques. I looked it up on the internet just now and it seems that the principle of pickling is similar to winemaking, they both involve fermentation. So, I thought of making it myself to let the master taste it." "Is that so?" Fang Mo smiled after hearing this and gently patted her head. "That's hard work, let's eat together after it's ready." Ah Shwet happily nodded and then continued to process the pile of cabbages. "By the way," Fang Mo asked, "where is Shag Goth?" "It's watching TV." Ah Shwet replied. "What?" Fang Mo was stunned. "Shag Goth watches TV?" "Yes." While peeling the cabbage, Ah Shwet nodded and said, "That child was helping me with the housework just now, wiping the floor and cleaning the dust in the corners. So, as a reward, I let it watch TV for a while. I'll go see it." Fang Mo felt a bit confused and immediately turned towards the living room. Upon arriving in the living room, Fang Mo saw Shag Goth on the sofa, obediently curled up on a sponge cushion. Not far from it was a huge LCD TV, playing an anime from Tokyo TV station. Shag Goth looked very well behaved, curled up quietly. Although it didn't have any eye-like organs on its body, Fang Mo could feel that it was indeed watching TV. This villa was a gift from Stark to Fang Mo, so the TV was very high-tech, apparently able to automatically decode and translate local TV programs through satellite signals, and even adaptable to other worlds. At this moment, the TV is showing an animation that resembles a magical girl series for children, titled Pretty Cure All Stars. Fang Mo has never seen it before and guesses it's unique to this world. Right now, Shag Goth is watching the screen with great interest, occasionally raising its little tentacles to wave in the air, as if cheering for the protagonist. The animated show doesn't last long. It's only a few minutes. The climax comes when the protagonist, Aguri, unleashes her special move, Magical Embrace of Love. The evil monster is immediately engulfed in pink flames and turns into a pile of black dust. After that, Tokyo TV starts broadcasting another program. It seems to be a culinary show, teaching viewers how to make tempura. Yet even with the switch to a cooking tutorial, Shag Goth continues to watch intently, as if learning from it. Soon, this cooking show also ends, and the channel switches to a parenting education program. It's the kind of show where mothers teach their children to read and play educational games. And it's at this moment that Shag Goth suddenly begins to change. Its body starts to squirm, and then it begins mimicking the voices from the TV program in a hoarse and intermittent way. 1. 2. Mom. Mom. Tree. Lion. Sunday. Egg. Good job, baby. Learning so fast. Tempura is super delicious. Ah. I am the magical girl Aguri. Initially, Shaggoth's voice is hard to listen to and discontinuous, but in just a few minutes, it starts speaking fluently. Even its tone of voice keeps changing. It starts with a child's voice, then shifts to that of mother's, followed by the voice of a host. Finally, it mimics the voice actor from the animated show. Take this, sweet flame fist. Burn all evil away with the magic of love. Wow, Shag Goth, are you a parrot now? Seeing this, Fango couldn't help but start to tease. I kind of want to show you Jojo now. It would be awesome if you could mimic Takedo Koyasu's voice. Gee. Upon hearing Fango's voice, Shag Goth suddenly reacted. Excitedly, it jumped onto the ground and quickly bounced onto Fango. Then, it began to act coquettishly towards him, stretching out a small tentacle to poke Fango's fingertip. Good boy. Fango chuckled and extended his fingertip to poke it back. Chirp. Chirp chirp. Shag Goth, seemingly happy after hearing this, began to move its tentacles and called out to Fango. These calls were meant to boast of its achievements, indicating that it had helped with household chores that day, was very obedient, and also that it found the television very interesting. It even expressed a desire to make tempura for Fango. I've already heard about it. Fango placed Shag Goth on his hand, petting it a few times like a small dog. Very good, indeed a good boy, deserving of praise. Then, I'll let you eat more meat when there's a chance. Ah, Shag Goth. Hearing this, Shag Goth also joyfully let out a cheer. This is not the right time to say that phrase. Fango poked Shag Goth. Try another one. Tempura is super delicious. Shag Goth said this at first, but then seemed to think it over and changed its words. Meat, super delicious. That's right. Fango casually took out a piece of raw meat and handed it to Shag Goth. Here, as a reward. Chirp. Shag Goth cheered, and then its palm-sized body suddenly opened up, turning into a black membrane that instantly swallowed the raw meat. Seeing this, Fango materialized a few more pieces of meat and placed them on the ground for Shag Goth to eat slowly. Actually, if this were in the Marvel universe, at this time, Fango would have already been lying down preparing to sleep. Unfortunately, this is the world of Chainsaw Man, and without the help of Mantis Woman to sleep, Fango couldn't dream even if he fell asleep. So, he simply decided not to sleep and spent the night playing with his new pet, Shag Goth, which seemed quite nice. In any case, the night passed without incident. Time soon arrived in the morning of the next day. After a night of instruction, Shag Goth had already learned many things. Apart from the most basic literacy and speaking, Fango also showed it some Animal World and cute pet programs. Since Shag Goth itself is an amorphous creature, it has now learned to mimic and transform into a strangely shaped black puppy. Of course, since Shag Goth has just been born, its mimicry is not yet perfect. This puppy is entirely black as ink, its fur looks a bit messy, and it has 6 glowing eyes on its head, making it look nothing like a normal dog. However, Fango doesn't mind. He happily attached a leash to Shag Goth and then took it outside. Because training Shag Goth, plus the time spent looking for a collar, took a while, Hayakawa Aki and the others had already gone out for breakfast, but the specific address had been sent to Fango's phone. Thus, Fango walked the dog while following the address given by Hayakawa Aki, heading towards the location of Tachibana Cafeteria. However, just as Fango arrived at Tachibana Cafeteria and was about to enter, a huge explosion sounded. It seemed like a gigantic fox head burst through the entire second floor, and then the whole restaurant exploded without any warning. Accompanied by a series of deafening sounds, Tachibana cafeteria collapsed into rubble before Fang Mo's eyes, leaving only a door handle in his hand. LOL. Chapter 352, Chapter 349, Katana Man and Snake Girl. Fang Mo had just let out a curse. Not far away, a cement board was suddenly pushed aside. Hayakawa Aki directly jumped out from inside and then looked around vigilantly. However, he seemed startled upon seeing Fang Mo. You'd rather bring a fox devil to breakfast than me? Fang Mo was straightforward, soulfully questioning, what, are you afraid I'll put hemorrhoids in your porridge? We've been attacked. Hayakawa Aki, being too straightforward, didn't even pick up on the joke and said anxiously, the enemy suddenly started shooting. I only managed to block 2 shots, but Himeno-senpai still got injured. In a critical moment, I had to use the fox to attack the enemy, but it seemed ineffective. So where is Himeno? Fang Mo asked. Still below, replied Hayakawa Aki, pushing aside 2 more cement boards. I've already had power help with the bleeding, but the injury is very serious. Let me take a look. Fang Mo went over and found that the injury was indeed very severe. The bullet had hit Himeno directly in the left side of the chest, that is, the heart. Even though the suits of the Special Devil Unit were made of special fibers, they couldn't stop the bullet. Now, a bloody hole was opened in Himeno's left chest, and Power was pressing on it with one hand, using the abilities of the Blood Devil to stop the bleeding. In fact, in this situation, just stopping the bleeding was not enough. This was a bullet wound, Himeno's heart might already be damaged. She needed to be sent to the hospital immediately. Of course, Power thought the same and said directly, I suggest you take her to the hospital immediately. I'll deal with the enemy, said Hayakawa Aki, immediately responding, Power, Denji, you two take Himeno-senpai to the hospital. Okay. Denji immediately nodded, then turned to Power and said, Power, let's go. Their target is you. However, before Denji could finish speaking, Fang Mo interrupted him, if you take Himeno and run, you'll probably be in trouble halfway through. You'll all be wiped out together. What? Denji was also stunned after listening. How do you know all this? Hayakawa Aki directly asked, why are they targeting Denji? Could it be that you? If you dare doubt me again, I'll force-feed you a stomach full of pus soup of the century. While saying this, Fang Mo pointed to the side, if you have any questions, just ask him. I'm just someone who stepped out to walk the dog. This matter has nothing to do with me. Hearing Fang Mo's words, Hayakawa Aki looked in the direction he indicated. He then saw a man in a black trench coat slowly approaching. The man was tall and burly, seemingly young but with heavy facial hair, sporting thick hair at his temples and an extremely cold expression. This is the guy who just attacked us. Frowning, Hayakawa Aki immediately raised his weapon, ready to confront the enemy. Denji also placed his hand on his chest, as if ready to transform into an electric saw man to attack the enemy at any moment. However, to everyone's surprise, the man did not attack directly. Instead, he glanced at Denji and suddenly said, finally, I meet you, Denji. Who the hell are you? Denji immediately retorted, don't try to get friendly, I don't know you. My grandfather was the gentlest man in the world, the man said, standing still and speaking to himself. Though he was in the mafia, it was just one. The number of women and children he killed was few. The money earned from selling that white powder, he used to buy things I wanted. He was exactly the kind of beloved man of Edo, like a so-called necessary evil. Saying this, the man suddenly pulled out a photo from his pocket, Denji, you must like my grandfather too, right? You. Seeing the old man in the photo, Denji's face slightly changed. Yes, he did recognize this old man. His father was in debt to this guy, and he had always been forced to work to repay the debt, nearly having all his organs sold by this person. It was also fortunate that later, this man, coveting the power of a devil, turned into a zombie, and was then killed by Denji. Recognize him? Hayakawa Aki glanced at Denji beside him. What do you want? Denji ignored Hayakawa Aki and shouted directly at the other person. The gun devil wants your heart. As the other person spoke, he suddenly pulled out a pistol from his bosom. However, unlike in the original story, Hayakawa Aki's physical abilities had greatly improved. Seeing this, he immediately activated the fox devil by forming a gesture with his fingers and exclaimed, Humph! A huge, eerie fox head appeared out of nowhere, swallowing the opponent whole. I won't let you escape this time. Upon seeing this, Hayakawa Aki also said, Fox, swallow it. Hayakawa Aki, wait. However, the fox devil didn't follow the instructions. Instead, it said, this guy tastes very strange, he's neither a devil nor a. Before the word human could be spoken, the fox devil's head was suddenly slashed open by a knife. Countless organ-like structures sprayed everywhere, and then a dark shadow crawled out from within. What? Hayakawa Aki was also taken aback by the scene before him. The man with sideburns from before had now changed his appearance. It was as if he had transformed into Denji's Chainsaw Man form. His cheeks suddenly became fierce and charred black, a giant samurai sword emerged from his forehead, and 2 more samurai swords extended from his hands. This was somewhat like the swords of the artificial Deadpool in the movie X-Men Origins, Wolverine, but they were wider and longer. Combined with his tall stature, it created an overwhelming sense of oppression. Is this a posture similar to Denji's? Hayakawa Aki frowned, then turned to say something to Denji, but suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Denji's head exploded like a watermelon, instantly falling to the ground dead. What's going on here? Power seemed to panic upon seeing this, looking around, if this continues, I might have to run away. A sniper rifle. Hayakawa Aki felt a sinking feeling in his heart and also looked around, but he couldn't spot any enemy. Meanwhile, the Katana Man was slowly approaching, and this feeling of being attacked from both sides made his heart sink. This is bad. How about it? In contrast to Hayakawa Aki's vigilant demeanor, Fango was smiling at this critical juncture. At such a critical moment, you finally realize that you haven't eaten enough crap, right? Can we stop joking around at a time like this? Hayakawa Aki, holding a sword in both hands, cautiously eyed the Katana Man. Go save Himeno senpai, I'll handle this guy. As for the price, whatever you ask, just go save her. After shouting this, Hayakawa Aki was already entangled in a fight with the Katana Man. Alright then. Fango shrugged his shoulders and then turned his attention away from the other man, looking towards Himeno lying on the ground. It must be said, her condition was indeed dire, likely a bullet lodged in her heart. She was bleeding profusely from her mouth and nose, and even Power's efforts to stop the bleeding were futile. It was clear she wouldn't survive. Am I about to die? Seeing Fango look at her, Himeno weakly asked, is Aki-kun alright? Oh, he's fighting with that sword guy. Fango simply stated, right now, it seems they are evenly matched, but if the other guy gets serious, Aki's chances of survival are slim. No way around it, he hasn't eaten enough crap. I'm fine here, go help him. Himeno immediately said, but then coughed again, blood spurting from her mouth like it was free. No way, I've already signed a contract with Hayakawa Aki. I have to do what he says. While saying this, Fango drew out a deep green great sword. This was a sword he made upon leaving the Jojo world. Because it was made using dull gold, emeralds and a healing jade enhancer, it was, paradoxically, a sword meant for saving people. Come on, let me stab it in, and that'll be it. Fango smiled, then raised the great sword in his hand. The divine doctor makes a move, only stopping after curing death. I can also sign a contract with you. Himeno said anxiously, I'm fine, the blood devil can help stop my bleeding first, you go help. Before she could finish speaking, the battle not far away had already been decided. Although Hayakawa Aki had received physical enhancement, allowing him to barely keep up with his opponent for a few rounds, the man with the samurai sword suddenly unleashed a swift technique resembling a draw and slash move, likely a kind of finishing move. It was so fast that Hayakawa Aki couldn't see it clearly, and by the time he reacted, it was already too late. Blood spurted from his chest as he fell to the ground. Aki-kun. Himeno, witnessing this scene, initially showed a complex and sad expression on her face, then suddenly resolved herself, I offer everything I have to save Hayakawa Aki. This is your own decision, isn't it? Fango shrugged his shoulders, then plunged his sword directly into Himeno's chest. With a grunt, she was instantly struck by severe pain. Her pupils involuntarily dilated, but she still tried to turn her head to look in Hayakawa Aki's direction, probably wanting to see him one last time. However, that one look changed everything. She witnessed a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life. Earn money to dispel others' disasters. Fango, while speaking, slowly walked towards the man with the samurai sword. Of course, the Katana Man also noticed Fango and suddenly made a strange gesture in mid-air. The next second, sparks burst simultaneously from Fango's chest, neck, forehead, jaw, and back. What? Seeing this, the Katana Man also seemed stunned. The sniper rifle is useless. Despite his surprise, the Katana Man quickly prepared for battle. He pulled his hands back and then crouched slightly, assuming a posture similar to the draw and slash stance. Clearly, he also realized that Fango might be a threat to him and decided it was best to take him down quickly. Be careful. Seeing the opponent's stance, Hayakawa Aki, lying in a pool of blood, also struggled to utter a warning. Come, cut here. However, Fango didn't care about these things. He even deliberately pointed to his neck. Let's see what you can do. The Katana Man, without overthinking, activated his ability and, like a bolt of lightning, rushed towards Fango. It did resemble a draw and slash move, as he swung his two swords full circle, directly aiming at Fango's neck. But what nobody expected was this. The heavy and powerful slash, when it hit Fango, only produced a clang sound. Then the two swords shattered instantly, scattering countless fragments everywhere. The Katana Man stood frozen on the spot, seemingly unable to accept this outcome. All right, you've made your move. Fango's voice sounded, and the Katana Man subconsciously looked up at him, only to see him slowly pulling out a huge purple blade as large as a door panel. Now it's my turn. The Katana Man still wanted to counterattack. Before he could raise his hand, the large sword mercilessly chopped down from above. The force of this strike was so terrifying that it cleaved him in two from head to toe. Then, the massive blade heavily smashed onto the ground, emitting a dull and frightening sound, as if the entire block trembled from it. Due to Fango's strike being exceedingly swift and fierce, even the swordsman himself was unaware that he had been chopped in half. He instinctively raised his hands, as if intending to continue attacking Fango, but at that moment, Fango had already raised his Menulan blade for another strike, severing the swordsman's right shoulder, thigh, and arm. Selling white powder, hey! Fango said with a smile, lifting the cleaving blade in his hand for another strike. Killing women and children, hey! The purple cleaving blade fell again, its force even stronger than before, causing the surrounding cars to shake and hover in mid-air. Necessary evil, hey! Fango's face still bore a smile, but just after these few strikes, the swordsman had already disappeared, leaving only a pile of messily severed limbs on the ground. With all these immoral deeds your grandfather did, you still aspire to be a star. You're pretending to be a good person now, hey! The speed of the Menulan blade accelerated, quickly turning into a blur of purple shadows. The deafening sounds echoed through the street like muffled thunder, shattering all the glass in the surrounding buildings. The entire ground seemed to be mourning, and onlookers like Hayakawa Aki, Power, and Himeno were completely dumbfounded. But apart from them, there was another person equally astonished. That was a woman with golden short hair, hiding at the street corner, the swordsman's accomplice. Special Division 4, where did they find such a monster? Sawatari Akane instinctively stepped back, panicked by the sight of her partner failing to withstand even a single attack from the opponent. Her mind was filled with shock, and the only thought left was whether to flee. But before she could decide, she found herself frozen in place, because Sawatari Akane had just looked up and saw Fango stop his attack and slowly turn his head towards her. In an instant, cold sweat drenched her entire back. Chapter 353, Chapter 350, Survive Aki-kun. Snake. Tail. Sawatari Akane felt her scalp tingling and instinctively activated her ability. As her voice echoed, a tremendously large snake suddenly appeared behind her. This snake devil coiled its entire body, and then its tail suddenly lashed out with great force. It must be said that the strike was quite powerful. Perhaps because many people fear snakes, a casual strike from this snake devil could pierce through the air, accompanied by a sonic boom. Pale white waves of energy surged, and the gigantic snake's tail, like a spear, shot straight towards Sawatari Akane, piercing through everything in its path instantly. But in the next second, this snake's tail abruptly stopped mid-air. At the same time, Fango had already appeared in front of Sawatari Akane. What? Sawatari Akane's pupils contracted, and at that moment, the snake devil suddenly let out a scream. Immediately after, its tail started to twist, as if it were pierced by some immense force, shattering into pieces, turning into a rain of blood. What is this? Sawatari Akane, terrified, turned pale and staggered, sitting down on the ground. What on earth are you? I'm a death hastener from Special Division 4. Fang Mo cheerfully waved his Menulan cleaver. Well, Captain said tonight the Special Division 4 is making dumplings, and asked me to find some meat filling. So I've decided on you. Saying this, Fang Mo unhesitatingly reached out towards Sawatari Akane. Snake! Kill him! Sawatari Akane felt a shiver down her spine and immediately waved her hand forward. However, to her surprise, the snake devil didn't make a move, but instead spoke directly in her mind. This guy is too terrifying, I'm bailing out. What? Hearing the snake devil's words, Sawatari Akane froze in place. No, wait, little sister, where's your snake? Fang Mo waited for a long time, but the snake devil never showed up. Fang Mo found this strange. Weren't you supposed to eat me? Why is there no movement? Sawatari Akane's face was ashen, completely at a loss for words now. Then there's no choice, I'll have to use you as filling. Fang Mo shook his head, then reached for Sawatari Akane again. Of course, she tried to struggle, but she was no match for Fang Mo. He grabbed her by the hair and dragged her back, eventually throwing her roughly into the pit where the samurai sword man had been chopped up. Look at your delicate skin and tender flesh, so shy. You must be delicious as a filling. Fang Mo waved the Menulan cleaver in his hand. Oh, right, you don't have any infectious diseases, do you? I don't want everyone to end up with oral herpes. I surrender, don't kill me. Sawatari Akane was indeed a bit scared silly, saying this subconsciously. See, you're quite cooperative. Fang Mo laughed upon seeing this. Well then, first tell me who sent you. Sawatari Akane opened her mouth, but before she could speak, her face suddenly seemed to be pressed down by something. Then, she exploded into a shower of blood and gore. Hey! Fang Mo was also stunned by this scene. This ability was very familiar to him, and he almost immediately realized it was probably one of Makima's powers. In fact, in the original story, Sawatari Akane's death was also very strange. After being captured by Hayakawa Aki and Kobani, her contracted demon suddenly appeared out of nowhere and bit off her head. This sudden death prevented Hayakawa Aki from continuing the interrogation, cutting off all leads. As for now, Sawatari Akane was crushed to death by Makima's remote spell, which explained a lot of things. It's estimated that all this was part of Makima's plan, which in the original story was to train Denji and eliminate Himeno, finding a way to make Hayakawa Aki pay more attention to Denji and power. As for now, perhaps it was to test his own strength? Fang Mo thought for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. He guessed that Makima probably thought he was unaware of these things, otherwise, she wouldn't have thought about silencing him. Since Makima wanted to play, Fang Mo decided to play along. Honestly, he was quite curious to see how Makima would struggle. If he got serious, he was capable of piercing through the earth with his strength. He really couldn't understand how she could possibly resist him. With this thought in mind, an idea suddenly emerged in Fang Mo's heart. He glanced at Himeno unconsciously, thought for a moment, and then walked over to her, pulling out the healing greatsword from her body. Aki-kun. After regaining her freedom, Himeno immediately ran towards Hayakawa Aki. How are your injuries? Are you all right? I'm fine, no serious harm. Hayakawa Aki, holding his chest, shook his head. Has Himeno-senpai's injury been healed? At this point, Himeno also fell into silence. What's wrong? Hayakawa Aki sensed something amiss. Himeno-senpai, you. Aki-kun, you must live well. Before Hayakawa Aki could finish his sentence, Himeno suddenly looked deeply at him. Don't blame yourself, and don't be angry with Fang Mo. This was my choice. As long as you can live well, that's enough for me. I hope Aki-kun can cry for me when you have time. Wait a minute. Hayakawa Aki panicked upon hearing this. Himeno-senpai, what's happening? Are you being silly? At this moment, Power interjected. Of course, there's a price to pay for having a devil do your bidding. This girl wasn't talented enough, so she ended up sacrificing himself entirely. I guess she's about to die, maybe get eaten or something. What? Hearing this, Hayakawa Aki suddenly felt a chill surge through his heart. He instinctively turned his head and found that Fang Mo was indeed walking towards him, and his gaze was indeed on Himeno. This immediately made him anxious. He tried to lift his sword to block, but he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Damn it! Don't! Hayakawa Aki, lying on the ground, yelled desperately, but no one present paid him any attention. Power didn't want to bother with this matter, and she couldn't if she wanted to. Denji was out of his mind, and currently, no one was helping him to trigger his engine for revival. As for Himeno, she just looked at Hayakawa Aki with deep affection. Now that she was about to die, there was no need to hide anything anymore. All her emotions were written on her face. And so, very quickly, Fang Mo reached Himeno. Well then, I'll begin. Fang Mo first said this, then placed his hand on the top of Himeno's head. In the next second, before anyone could react, Himeno instantly disappeared, leaving only an eye patch on the ground. Hayakawa Aki looked dazedly at the eye patch on the ground. Suddenly, he felt a tightness in his chest, then his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Chapter 354, Chapter 351, Fang Mo is a plot hole. After Sawatari Akane was crushed to death, the attack was essentially coming to an end. However, although the mastermind was dead, the impact caused by these people was extremely severe. They did not only attack members of the Division 4, currently, all divisions dealing with devils have been attacked. Moreover, their attackers were not devils but gang members. Furthermore, the most critical point is that they all had firearms in their possession. 13 years ago, after the activities of the Gun Devil began, countries around the world had banned firearms, aiming to diminish the fear associated with the concept of guns. But now, the emergence of firearms in the hands of these gangsters has escalated the situation. Even the entire Metropolitan Police Department has started to mobilize, with police cars, ambulances, and even the officers themselves are now armed, rushing to provide support. However, by the time they arrived at the scene, they found that the battle seemed to have already ended. There was nothing they could do then, they had to cooperate with the remaining members of the Special Devil Hunters to clean up the battlefield. As for Fang Mo, the unconscious Hayakawa Aki was quickly taken to the hospital by an ambulance, while Power took the time to pull the engine in Denji's chest. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, Denji was revived in full health. Accompanying the police officers from the Metropolitan Police Department was a man wearing glasses. Fang Mo vaguely remembered him. At yesterday's welcome party for the Special Devil Hunters, this guy seemed to be sitting in a corner drinking. Hayakawa Aki. Mr. Fang Mo. The other party's condition wasn't good, covered in blood. How's the casualty situation on your side? It's okay, probably just 1 or 2 deaths. Fang Mo thought for a moment and said, Ere and Kobani weren't with us, so I'm not sure about them. But on my side, only Himeno is gone, the rest are fine. I see. The other's expression was somewhat complicated. Then your casualties are relatively minor. Except for the devils, everyone else in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Special Devil Hunters, except for me, have all died in the line of duty. That's inevitable. Hearing this, Fang Mo shrugged, human life is just that fragile. I've long advised you all to resign. The higher UPS have already issued relevant orders. The other said, due to the current shortage of personnel, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Special Devil Hunters will be merged into the Division 4 from today, with Miss Makima in command. So you still plan to continue working under Makima, ahem. Fang Mo coughed and asked, I mean, are you going to keep working under Makima? I've already planned to resign. The other party said with his head lowered, I originally thought that our only enemies were devils, but I never expected that in the end, a companion would die from a gunshot. Thinking about it carefully, this is truly ironic. Which is why I advised you to resign long ago. Fang Mo shook his head, why wouldn't you heed the advice? Now look at what happened. Now, only you remain, safe and joyous. You really do know something. Hearing this, the other party also looked up at Fang Mo, can you tell me what Miss Makima's attitude towards this matter is? Did she anticipate this happening? Remember, you wish to see nothing. Fang Mo patted the other's shoulder, then took out a handful of gold nuggets from his pocket and handed them over, this is the gold from yesterday's welcome party. Take it to handle their affairs, after all, we shared a meal at the same table, and that at least makes us acquaintances. As for yourself, when the opportunity arises, consider living in that country across the sea. I understand. After listening, the other party was silent for a moment, then nodded, "Thank you." After expressing gratitude, the person didn't stay long and soon turned to leave, leaving behind a lonely figure. Of course, Fang Mo didn't linger either. He had been splattered with blood when interrogating Sawatari Akane, who suddenly died. This sticky feeling was unbearable, so he had to hurry home to wash it off. On his way home, Fang Mo encountered no obstructions and smoothly returned. After arriving home, Fang Mo first handed Shag Goth over to Ashwet, then took a nice hot shower. Once he was clean, Fang Mo thought for a moment and teleported directly to the planet Igo. Contrary to the beautiful environment shown in movies, Igo was now desolate, with brownish-red rocks as far as the eye could see and a sky as dark as the abyss. Only those fissures reaching deep into the heart of the planet faintly emitted a pale light. The previously disappeared Himeno stood there, baffled, looking at this desolate land. "What are you thinking about?" Just as she was filled with questions, suddenly a voice rang out, startling Himeno. She immediately turned around in a defensive stance. However, when she saw who it was, she was stunned. "It's you." Himeno looked at Fang Mo in surprise. "Isn't this supposed to be the afterlife? How can I still see you?" "Because, the dead belong to me." Fang Mo tilted his head, pretending to be in deep thought. The living closely follow behind." "Hey!" Himeno was obviously a bit confused. "What does that mean?" "I have established a kingdom in the afterlife amidst the ashes. No one, not even the gods, can stop me from reclaiming what is rightfully mine." Fang Mo suddenly spread his arms, shouting with a dramatic flair, "I have destroyed the natural cycle, granting eternal existence to all things, defying fate, domination, deceit." Himeno looked at Fang Mo, not knowing what to say. "Ah, it feels so exhilarating to be delirious." Fang Mo nodded contentedly, and then addressed Himeno, "All right, now we can have a normal conversation." Himeno, still somewhat dazed, asked after a pause, "So, have I died? And what about Aki-kun? How is he now?" Hayakawa Aki couldn't handle the shock and fainted. Fang Mo waved his hand, "But his injuries are not serious. An ambulance had already taken him away, and Denji and Power followed. Though, I suspect they intend to stealthily consume Hayakawa Aki's offerings. As for you, I'm sorry, this is not the afterlife." "What?" Himeno looked somewhat surprised. "Then where is this?" "Every prime evil, when they become powerful enough, creates their own domain, independent and transcending the universe as you know it. You can think of us as abyssals, outer gods, void lords, or dimensional demons, but you should know, these inherent names mean nothing to us." Fang Mo pointed around and said, "As you see, this is my realm, the land of eternal happiness and joy. You may call it Pregnant Paradise." "Pregnant Paradise?" Upon hearing this, Himeno felt a twitch in his eyelids, realizing he might have stepped into a trap. "To clarify, the happiness and joy you're talking about. Is it the kind I'm thinking of? The kind where one indulges and ends up pregnant?" "Yes." Fang Mo nodded seriously. Himeno nervously swallowed and glanced around subconsciously. "But even if you say that, what about the others in this eternal land of happiness and joy? Your kingdom doesn't sound like it should be this desolate, right?" Well." Hearing this, Fang Mo's gaze suddenly wandered. How should I put it? Even if you want pleasure, you need specific facilities, right?" Himeno grew increasingly puzzled and a look of confusion appeared on her face. "Even without a room or anything, shouldn't there at least be a bed or a mattress? But I've been wandering around here for a while, and it seems there's not even a bundle of straw. This is because... Are you just playing with me?" Himeno suddenly asked. "Damn it, I'm done acting." Fang Mo turned around and said, "I'm going to take care of Hayakawa Aki now." Wait. Himeno quickly grabbed Fang Mo. "I'm pregnant, can I be pregnant now?" "Pregnant my ass." Fang Mo shook off Himeno's hand. "There's not even a damn bed here, and you think I'm interested in you? The type I like is, definitely not you, so stop daydreaming." "Hey!" Himeno was also stunned. "You don't like someone like me? Could it be, you like Makima too?" "Who would like that bad woman?" Fang Mo said bluntly. "She has done all sorts of evil deeds. I wouldn't pick her even if I were buying roast chicken at a roast shop." "You actually don't like Makima?" Himeno seemed somewhat surprised. That's strange. Whether it's Denji Kid, Aki-kun, or other men from the special division, they all like Miss Makima. I thought all men would like Miss Makima. That's because Makima has controlled them. Fango spread his hands. On the surface, she's human, but in reality, she's a control devil, capable of controlling others' minds without them knowing. Naturally, they'd blindly adore her. What did you say? Himeno first showed a shocked expression, then suddenly felt a pang in her heart. Wait, then Aki-kun might also. Oh, that guy had a terrible death in the future. Fango said, betrayed by the person he trusted most, possessed by the most hated devil, killed by the closest person to him. Honestly, it's the worst death I've seen. Oh, by the way, the reason Hayakawa Aki died so miserably was also arranged by Makima. Aki-kun. Himeno took a step back, somewhat dazed, and asked, how could this be? Comment. One comment. Vote. Chapter 355, Chapter 352, Your script is ridiculous. Aki-kun, how could this be? Hearing this, Himeno seemed to lose focus, feeling somewhat distraught. Why does it have to be him? Because Hayakawa Aki is too kind, and he's an ordinary person. Fango spread his hands out. He appears cold on the outside, but he's actually very gentle inside. At the same time, he loathes the gun devil. For devils, a person like Hayakawa Aki is too easy to control. Didn't Kishive tell you about this? Aki-kun is indeed that kind of person. Himeno, with his head lowered, looked anxious and confused. What should I do? What can I do? Aki-kun cannot die. Do you want to save him? Fango suddenly asked. Can you save him? Himeno looked up abruptly. I can promise you anything, as long as you save. But you've already given everything to me. Fango spread his hands out. You are already mine now. You don't have anything left to trade with me, do you? This. Himeno was suddenly at a loss. You now have two choices. At this moment, Fango's voice rang out again. Himeno looked up to see him slowly extending two fingers. One is to stay here honestly, do nothing, and I won't tell you what's happening outside. And the other? Himeno asked without hesitation. Play along with my act. Fango suddenly showed a mischievous smile. I will find a way to give you power, to return you to Earth, but everything must follow my script, understand? The script means life is like a movie, and after everyone dies, they go to the cinema to watch this movie. Fango said, in any case, I'll make you an actor, and I'm the director. You have to cooperate with me seriously for fun. If you do well, I will help you save Hayakawa Aki. Okay, I agree. Himeno almost nodded without thinking and asked, what should I do? International convention, start by eating shit, was the reply. Fango somehow pulled out a large box, and then took out a pile of stuff and placed it on the box. First, finish eating this box of green shit. Then eat these two yellow delicious shit, and finally gouge out your eyes and put this in. I happen to be thinking of a script for you on this end. I understand. Himeno was straightforward, immediately starting the task. However, in the next second, she knelt on the ground and began to retch. Don't vomit, this stuff is quite expensive, Fango said upon seeing this. If you can't eat it, you can starve for a few days. In summary, after making proper arrangements for Himeno, Fango didn't stay long and soon left Ego Planet. Himeno still needed time to enhance her strength, and it made no sense for Fango to stay there. He might as well come out and think about how to arrange the script. After all, except for Himeno herself, everyone else thought he had eaten her. Hayakawa Aki waking up would probably hate himself to death. Thinking it over, Fango decided to go to the hospital. The Special Devil Hunters is, after all, a government department under the police headquarters, so they have some privileges at the hospital. When Fango arrived at the hospital, Hayakawa Aki's surgery was already completed. As for her power and Denji, just like in the original story, they were waiting in Hayakawa Aki's hospital room. Of course, what they called waiting was just reading manga and sneakily eating fruits. They even started arguing over eating an apple, the noise loud enough to be heard outside, and Hayakawa Aki was awakened by their noise, struggling to sit up slowly from the bed. Division 4. Who else is alive? Just woken up, Hayakawa Aki seemed a bit dazed. Hey! Hearing this, Denji also stopped his scuffle with Power. It seems to be that shorty, Kobani, and a guy with glasses, but I heard he already resigned. Is that so? As Power nibbled on an apple, she remarked, Kobani that coward, right? Her male partner with the scarred face was shot through the head, and then there's Himeno, eaten by the happy devil, just like how I'm eating this apple. Upon hearing this, Hayakawa Aki silently looked up at Power. Realizing she might have misspoken, Power quickly stood up. I just came to bring some fruits for the patient. I'm leaving, bye. I should go too. Seeing this, Denji also stood up. Miss Makima seems to need me for something, I'll go first. I'll leave an apple for you. After waving their hands, they walked towards the door. However, just then, the door suddenly opened on its own, and Fang Mo slowly walked in from outside. Even through the door, I can hear you two talking bad about me. Fang Mo gave Power a chop on the head. Next time I hear you bad-mouthing me, I'll punch your chest in. Ow, Power, now a bit scared, responded, I won't dare to talk about you again, I was wrong. Fang Mo. Denji, however, seemed fine and even waved to Fang Mo, are you here to visit Hayakawa Aki? After all, he's someone who made a pact with me, I should show some concern, right? Fang Mo cheerfully said and handed a burrito to Denji, take it and eat it on the way, I want to have a private chat with him. Fang Mo is really nice, always giving me tasty things. Denji, being carefree, immediately cheered up, if you were a woman, I might have fallen for you, just like Miss Makima. For me, form is just an empty appearance. Fang Mo shrugged. He could indeed transform into a cute girl, but that was only amusing for girls like Kwangzai. But to tease Denji, better not. That guy's thinking is abnormal. He might really dare to cast a spell on himself at night, which would be too much. Alright, go out and eat your piece. So, Fang Mo waved his hand and shooed him out. After Fang Mo had dismissed the unwitting Denji, he refocused his attention on Hayakawa Aki. Hayakawa Aki was also staring at Fang Mo but remained silent. Do you hate me? In the end, it was Fang Mo who broke the silence. I don't know. Hayakawa Aki slowly shook his head, his voice sounding inexplicably hoarse, I want to hate you, but Himeno-senpai doesn't want me to. It was you who asked me to save Himeno, and I kept my promise to rescue her, said Fang Mo. But when Himeno saw you fall, she immediately asked me to come back and help you. I refused once, but she insisted, offering everything she had to persuade me to help you. I know. Hayakawa Aki nodded silently, you devils must abide by contracts. I shouldn't blame you. It's just. I'm really in pain. I would rather have died myself. That's typical of mortals. Fang Mo shrugged, humans indeed have many things beyond their control, which makes them suffer. Sometimes, living is indeed harder than dying, but that's how it is, after all, fate is like a damned Makima, setting up such a ridiculous script for you. However, just as he said this, the door of the hospital room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Makima, dressed in a black coat, entered from outside. Were you just talking about me? Chapter 356, Chapter 353, The Future is the Best. Seems like you were just talking about me. Makima pushed open the door and slowly walked in from outside, is Aki-kun feeling better now? I am okay. Seeing that it was Makima who came, Hayakawa Aki also reluctantly reined in his emotions, as for my wound, it's no longer a serious issue now. That's good. Makima nodded and said, starting now, the other departments of the special division have all been merged. This is a proposal from above. The nature of this shooting incident is very grave, and basically, only the devils from the other departments survived. Aki-kun, you'll be working with them from now on. Understood. Hayakawa Aki's mood was indeed low at the moment, and upon hearing Makima's words, he simply responded briefly. For some reason, Denji-kun seems to have attracted the attention of a devil. I had planned to strengthen the members of the 4th Division, but I didn't expect the shooting incident to happen so suddenly. Makima continued, however, since Aki-kun has survived, you should also think about enhancing your strength. This time in Kyoto, I brought back someone who can guide you. I will personally handle things for Power and Denji-kun. As for Aki-kun, they will help you. After saying this, Makima stepped aside. Footsteps sounded behind her, and Hayakawa Aki looked up to see a man and a woman in suits. I still have to deal with matters related to other people, so take care of yourself, Aki-kun. I'll be leaving now. Perhaps because Fang Mo was always staring at Makima, she quickly said goodbye and left, worried that Fang Mo might actually stuff that thing into her mouth. After Makima left, Hayakawa Aki also subconsciously looked up at the two people. These two seemed quite amiable, quickly introducing themselves as members of the Kyoto Devil Hunters Division, Yutaro Kuros and Michiko Tendo. It's worth mentioning that this Devil Hunters Division seemed different from the special class, apparently having a lower death rate, not being those who charge to the front line. While the two were introducing themselves, Hayakawa Aki was also observing them. After all, Hayakawa Aki had consumed the golden apple and essence berry, and in terms of physical fitness, he had already surpassed humans. So, with one glance, he could tell that these two didn't seem very strong. If it weren't for their amiable attitude, Hayakawa Aki might have asked them to leave right away. You can guide me. After thinking for a while, Hayakawa Aki still asked, does this guidance refer to training? Not exactly, our combat ability is limited. Tendo explained, the special class has always been fighting on the front lines, and one could say that they are constantly in training. In this aspect, we don't need to guide them. That's right. Kuros also agreed, instead of calling it training, it's more like targeted discussions and exchanges, similar to career planning. It allows you to understand your own weaknesses more clearly and address them. Career planning for something like this? Hayakawa Aki inquired. Please forgive us, as the words we are about to say might be somewhat unpleasant. Suddenly, Kuros made this statement, and then his expression turned serious. Hayakawa Aki, I've heard that your goal is to kill the gun devil, but, do you really think you can do it? You lost this time to someone who killed more than 20 people in the special division, and now you're trying to beat someone who killed millions worldwide. Hearing this, Hayakawa Aki unconsciously furrowed his brow. Actually, both Tendo and I have suffered a lot because of the gun devil, which is why we joined the Metropolitan Police Department's Devil Division, said Kuros, ignoring Hayakawa Aki's expression and continuing, but even so, neither of us is crazy enough to think about killing the gun devil. It's obviously impossible. Honestly, I find your current state quite annoying. You're clearly weak, but you set these grand goals like some kind of protagonist. Have you ever heard of the term Chiyunibiu? It's really cringeworthy. As he spoke, Kuros rolled up his sleeve to show Tendo, see, doesn't it make your hair stand on end? I'm not lying, am I? Not at all. Tendo, standing nearby, glanced over and said, you're talking nonsense again, aren't you? It's just a metaphor. Kuros rolled his sleeve back down and turned to Hayakawa Aki, saying, so, what I'm about to say might not sound pleasant, but I still suggest you leave the special division, Hayakawa Aki. Isn't it better to stay alive? That's true. Upon hearing this, Tendo nodded and added, your partner has already been sacrificed, right? Maybe next time it'll be your turn, so the best option is to leave the special division. So, the so-called career planning is to persuade me to give up being a devil hunter, is that it? Upon hearing this, Hayakawa Aki couldn't help but speak up, this is the first time I've seen a superior send someone specifically to persuade someone to quit. It's certainly been enlightening. Anyway, thank you for coming all this way to give me so-called guidance, but I refuse to follow your advice. Is that so? Hearing this, Kuros sighed somewhat helplessly, there's not a single normal person in the special division. I know, the more I lose myself. But at the same time, I'm well aware that I can't keep going if I don't do this. Hayakawa Aki said calmly, so please spare me the complaints, just shut up and watch. It's not too late to mock me after I lose, after I die. I see. Kuros sighed, as expected, the persuasion has failed again. If you're not planning to resign, Tendo, standing beside, also started speaking, then you must be prepared, Hayakawa Aki. I have been prepared for a long time, Hayakawa Aki said. Alright then, Tendo nodded and continued, given your current situation, if you're not resigning, then try to form a contract with a more powerful devil. Only then can you achieve your goal. Of course, the Metropolitan Police Department will provide you with better equipment. A more powerful devil. Upon hearing this, Hayakawa Aki subconsciously turned to look at Fang Mo beside him. Do you have any suggestions, Advisor Fang Mo? Tendo noticed Hayakawa Aki's gaze and turned to Fang Mo, you must be a devil cooperating with the special division too. Do you have any good suggestions? I don't mind, Fang Mo said, Hayakawa Aki is just my contractor, not my wife or anything. It doesn't concern me how many devils he contracts with at the same time, as long as his body can handle it. Just don't overdo it and harm yourself. But I must state one thing, I am the most awesome among them. I see, Tendo nodded unconsciously, we have already prepared many devils. Are you ready to proceed now, Aki-kun? I'm ready anytime, said Hayakawa Aki. I'll go change my clothes and be right back. After a short while, Hayakawa Aki changed into a new suit from the special division and then they left the hospital, driving to a very hidden base. They took the elevator directly to a deep underground level. This place was actually no different from a prison, with very old and messy facilities. Located deep underground and imprisoning tough devils, there were stains and a rotting, musty smell everywhere. Just walking here, one could already feel a suffocating atmosphere. The devils captured alive by the Metropolitan Police Department are imprisoned here, Tendo, who was leading the way, said. Each cell contains one devil, but the one we've arranged for you is more powerful. Of course, the price might be cruel. I assume you are prepared, right? What kind of devil? Asked Hayakawa Aki. The future devil. Kuros explained, on our side, someone made a contract with it, resulting in one person's lifespan being halved and another losing their vision, sense of smell, and taste. Hayakawa Aki remained silent. Of course, if favored by a devil, perhaps the cost wouldn't be so severe. Kuros seemed to think his words were a bit frightening, so he added, don't bear too much psychological burden. We have arrived. As they were talking, Tendo, walking beside them, stopped and looked directly at a door, the future devil is imprisoned here. Then, please enter. Saying this, Kuros also opened the door of the cell, revealing a pitch-black room inside. Wait. Just as Hayakawa Aki was about to enter, Fang Mo suddenly spoke, I'll go with you. Hey. Hearing Fang Mo's words, both Kuros and Tendo were taken aback. Wait, this doesn't comply with the rules, right? Typically, contracts with devils are made alone. Hey, he's my contractor, okay. Before they could finish speaking, Fang Mo interrupted them, there's only so much on him that can be traded. What if other devils take it all? How would I then cause him trouble? Hey? Can either of you replace him? Besides, I am also a devil, what if the one inside gives me some face? Maybe the contract could even get a discount. This. Kuros hesitated for a moment, but Tendo reacted and nodded, saying, all right then, advisor Fang Mo will go in with Hayakawa Aki. That's more like it, let's go. Fang Mo patted Hayakawa Aki and then led him directly into the cell. The room was pitch black, so dark that even the skylight above couldn't illuminate the far-off darkness. As soon as they entered, they could smell a strong mustiness and hear rustling sounds, which seemed quite eerie. Hayakawa Aki looked around and soon spotted an eyeball in the darkness opposite him. The future. Just then, a strange voice suddenly echoed in the room. The future is the best. The future. The best. Accompanied by this sound, a figure gradually emerged from the darkness in the distance. It was a tree-like devil, with twisted roots for its lower half, gradually transitioning into human limbs on the upper body. There was a huge fissure on its belly, inside which floated an eyeball. At this moment, the creature spread its arms, resembling a sinister cross. The future is the best. Yet. The future is the best. After appearing, the devil inexplicably became excited, as if it was dancing with itself. This is awesome. The future is the best. You too, shout it with me. I am here to make a contract with you. Hayakawa Aki ignored it and said calmly, name your price. Your attitude is. The nearby future devil seemed a bit disappointed upon hearing this. Its previously writhing body suddenly stopped. But before it could complain, a thrilling voice resounded. Hi. The future is the best. Suddenly, Fang Mo, standing next to Hayakawa Aki, took out a music box and placed it on the ground, then started shouting, CNM, let's get excited. A future without a future is not the future I want. I will always love the future. Ah, my Hatsune Miku, princess of the future. The future is the best. The future devil seemed stunned and a bit slow to react. Hey! You shouted too. At that moment, Fang Mo suddenly pointed at the future devil, hurry up and shout, the future is the best. Ah? What? The future devil was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 357, Chapter 354, Future Devil. What's wrong? Don't you want to shout? Facing the utterly bewildered future devil, Fang Mo stepped on a musical note box and said, hurry up and shout, or else I'll chop you up and burn you as firewood. This, the future is the best. The future devil, hearing this, tentatively shouted a phrase. Yes. The future is the best. As Fang Mo spoke, he drew the sword of supreme intelligence from the ground. The neon patterns on the blade flickered and changed, illuminating the entire room in a kaleidoscope of colors. Nice, shout it out for me. Haha. The future is the best. The future devil seemed to finally catch on, shouting happily, yay. The future is the best. That's right. The future is the best. Fang Mo, with one foot on the musical note box, suddenly pulled out a leek and began to knock it on the future devil's head. Knocking the electronic wooden fish, accumulating quantum merits, worshipping the mech Buddha, spreading the Cyber Sutra, and in the end, marrying Hatsune Miku. The future is the best. In that moment, the future devil seemed to reach some absurd consensus with Fang Mo. It was like Tom from Tom and Jerry, who, when the owner is away, gathers stray cats at home for a party, filling the room with neon lights, explosive music, and waves of excited shouting. As for Hayakawa Aki, he had long been forgotten by the two. But as time went on, the waiting Tendo and Kuros outside inevitably became puzzled. Hasn't Hayakawa Aki signed the contract yet? Kuros couldn't help asking, could it be that the price was too high, and the future devil killed him directly? I'm not sure. Maybe we should open the door and check. Tendo shook his head and said, anyway, stay alert, the devil might go berserk. After saying this, they both became serious. Taking a deep breath, they simultaneously reached for the door, cautiously opening it slowly, ready to attack at any moment. However, when the door opened, they were also stunned by what they saw. The entire room was inexplicably filled with colorful beams of light, and there was rhythmic music. Fang Mo, standing on the musical note box, was whipping the future devil's head with a leek, while the devil, looking happy, was shouting the future is the best and wriggling on the spot like a maggot. Kuros and Tendo didn't know what to say. However, both were members of the Devil Hunter, used to seeing outrageous things. Kuros quickly regained his composure and walked over to pat Hayakawa Aki's shoulder. Is this also part of the contract? Kuros couldn't help but ask, Hayakawa Aki, if you're being forced, blink your eyes. I'm not being forced. Hayakawa Aki's face was expressionless, as if he was accustomed to it, saying, I was planning to make a contract with a future devil, but for some reason, they suddenly got excited. I don't know what happened, so I decided to wait and see. Then let's wait a bit longer. Tendo also came over, perhaps it's a form of communication between devils, it might even get Hayakawa Aki discount on his contract. So, what should we do? Kuros asked, surely, we don't have to shout that too, do we? It turned out they were overthinking. After Fang Mo and the future devil had their few minutes of frenzy, they gradually calmed down, and the future devil cooperated by stopping his shouts. Indeed, it's more fun to go crazy in Tatsuki Fujimoto's world. Casually discarding the leek in his hand, Fang Mo smiled and clapped, all right, the frenzy is over, now we should talk about the contract. You meant for me to make a contract with him, right? The future devil, who seemed to have also enjoyed the dance, directly said, although I'd prefer to contract with you, but all right, let me see his future first so I can set a price. Go ahead. Fang Mo waved to Hayakawa Aki, don't worry, I've got your back. Okay. Hayakawa Aki nodded and walked towards the future devil, who then exerted force, and the vertical split on his stomach suddenly opened wide, revealing a thick darkness inside, and a strange eyeball. Without saying much, Hayakawa Aki directly put his head into the other's stomach. Seeing this, the future devil arched his back, the split closed, tightly wrapping around Hayakawa Aki's head, and then his power activated, causing him to suddenly freeze. This future is... At first, the future devil hesitated, but then he suddenly became excited, is that so? It can actually be like this? Ha! Ha ha, indeed, the future is the best. So, What's the price? Hayakawa Aki pulled his head out and asked. You, Hayakawa Aki, the future devil suddenly bent down, stretched out a hand to pinch Hayakawa Aki's chin and said, You fool, you don't really understand what you are facing, do you? How fortunate you are to receive such mercy from a will that transcends everything. What? Hayakawa Aki frowned in confusion. I don't want to hear this. What's the price? I was supposed to take everything from you, the future devil said. But I don't dare to do that anymore, so let's modify the contract terms. You let me reside in your right eye, and I will lend you all my power. Hayakawa Aki was momentarily stunned after hearing this. He, the future devil suddenly laughed, with a "is that all" expression, because I want to witness your future with my own eyes, the future is the best. After saying this, the future devil suddenly turned to look at Fango. Is this contract all right? The future devil asked, considering how cooperative I am, let me witness that kind of future too. I don't want to stay here anymore. When he said here, it seemed like he emphasized it a bit more. You are quite smart. Fango understood the other's meaning and smiled. All right, I agree. The future is the best. Upon hearing this, the future devil began to wriggle again, seemingly very happy. Yay! Haha! By the way, it seems like you can see the future. Seeing the excited future devil, Fango thoughtfully stroked his chin. In that case, how about you take a look at my future? There's something I want to confirm. Upon hearing this, the future devil, who was wriggling, suddenly froze in mid-air. What's wrong? Fango looked at the future devil curiously. Don't you want to see? I would never do that, the future devil immediately said. Firelight feels warm, but getting too close to the sun will only result in being burned to nothing. What if I insist you do it? Fango asked. I would kill myself immediately, the future devil said. Why are you so cowardly? Forget it. Fango waved his hand. It's useless, you deserve to be buried in the electronic cemetery. I'll just go back and check it out myself with the time stone. What about me and Hayakawa Aki? Move in, Fango said with a roll of his eyes. I always keep my word. Hee. The future devil shouted excitedly, then suddenly turned into a beam of light and disappeared into Hayakawa Aki's right eye. After signing with the future devil, Kuros and Tendo seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. There was no helping it, as the pressure Fango put on both of them was quite significant, keeping them constantly on edge. In fact, the devils imprisoned in the underground prison were very unruly, as the truly useful ones had already been taken away by the special division and wouldn't just be locked up there. However, Kuros and Tendo found that these devils seemed to be very submissive to Fango for some reason. This wasn't just evident with the future devil. Even when they first entered the underground prison, the two of them noticed it. Wherever Fango passed, all the sensing-type devils fell eerily silent, whereas they are usually very restless. Then they thought back to the conversation between the future devil and Fango. Just a glimpse of the future was enough to terrify someone to the point of contemplating suicide. What kind of bizarre situation is this? Thinking about this, both Kuros and Tendo probably realized that these devils possess far greater sensory abilities than humans. They probably noticed something about Fango's true nature. Just moments ago, Fango was dancing with a future devil, appearing to be nothing more than a nuisance, but in reality, his true nature had been overlooked. However, these devils are different. They won't forget other matters just because Fango likes to joke around. Sigh. Finally, it's over. Kuros and Tendo exchanged glances, both letting out a sigh of relief. Then Kuros spoke to Hayakawa Aki, who was not far away. Aki-kun, now that the contract is signed, can we leave this place? Just a moment. Before Hayakawa Aki could respond, Fango spoke up. I have another matter to attend to. What matters? The two, who had just relaxed, tensed up again. Lend me a few devils, Fango said. They don't need to be very strong. I just want to conduct an experiment. If they survive, I'll return them to you later. Hey! Hearing Fango's request, both were startled, but Tendo quickly responded, all right, I understand. Please follow me. In all seriousness, Fango's request was indeed against the rules. But Tendo, who had some experience with and had dealt with devils on numerous occasions and understood that sometimes rules can't be followed strictly. Just go with the flow. The most important thing is to save your own life. And even if we take a step back, Miss Makima didn't tell me to stop him. Fang Mo's status is still higher than mine as a technical consultant for the special class. Why bother about so much? So, with their tacit consent, Fang Mo quickly selected a few devils. As he said, these devils were very weak, a tomato devil, a coffee devil, a broom devil, and a turtle devil. These devils were really pathetic. Hayakawa Aki could easily defeat them all by himself. But Fang Mo was only using them for experiments, so he wasn't particularly concerned about their strength. He casually pulled out a few swords and captured them, preparing to go back and test the name tags a bit. After all, the main storyline of Chainsaw Man isn't very long, and it's about time to start dealing with Makima's matter. Chapter 358, Chapter 355, Your lifespan now is 5. 4, 3, 2. After leaving the devil prison, Fang Mo accompanied Hayakawa Aki back to his own home. Currently, Denji and Power have not yet returned. According to Makima, they seem to have been taken for special training by the strongest devil hunter, namely Kishive, which is why the house felt so empty. After returning home, Hayakawa Aki did not speak, but simply sat silently on the sofa in a daze. It was apparent. His mood was still very low. The cat left by Power seemed to sense his poor mood, meowing and rubbing against his leg in an attempt to comfort him. Hayakawa Aki sat on the sofa for a while, then suddenly, as if remembering something, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, took one out, put it to his lips, and tried to light it with a lighter. However, after 2 attempts, the lighter only sparked. A confused expression appeared on Hayakawa Aki's face, but in the next moment, a hand was placed on his shoulder. In this day and age, you're still smoking traditional cigarettes. I'm almost losing respect for you because of the nicotine, Fang Mo said, extending a finger towards Hayakawa Aki, but seeing how upset you are, fine, I'll reluctantly help you light it this time. After saying this, a flame suddenly appeared at the tip of Fang Mo's finger. The flame lit the end of the cigarette, and Hayakawa Aki instinctively took a puff, then immediately started coughing. Look at the child coughing. Seeing this, Fang Mo patted Hayakawa Aki's back and said earnestly, this cigarette is really harmful. If it's too much, next time I'll get you some tobacco leaves. We'll soak them in essence berry juice and then dry them out. You can chew them instead. At a time like this, can't you just let me cry freely? Hayakawa Aki said while coughing. Are you sure you want to cry? Fang Mo asked upon hearing Hayakawa Aki's words. Himeno senpai has said it before. Hayakawa Aki steadied his breath and then took another deep drag of the cigarette. I know I'm useless, unable to protect those around me or avenge them. At least, let me cry for her. That's all I can do for her now. Alright, that's fine. Fang Mo thought for a moment, then nodded, I'll leave for a bit then, and come back to find you later. After saying this, he walked towards the door. However, after Fang Mo opened the door to leave, he didn't go far but instead took out a camera and a bottle of invisibility potion, which he drank quickly. He then flew near the window of Hayakawa Aki's house and used the ability of the void ring to teleport back. Huff. Hayakawa Aki was taking puffs of his cigarette, and before long, tears suddenly streamed down his face. The cigarette fell to the ground as he curled up in agony on the sofa, his shoulders trembling continuously. Ugh. Sorry. Himeno senpai. Fang Mo watched this sad scene before him, silently lifted his camera, and recorded this precious moment. He planned to keep this video for their wedding. It must be a romantic surprise. After capturing this beautiful moment, Fang Mo didn't stay much longer. Using the brown magic, he teleported back to his own villa. First, he greeted Ashwet, then he looked at Shag Goth. It must be said, Shag Goth's learning ability was truly impressive. It hadn't been long since they'd last met, and it had already begun learning to cook tempura from Ashwet. Shag Goth skillfully used its tentacles to pick up a large shrimp, skillfully peeled it, removed the head and veins, and cut the tendons. Then, it coated the shrimp in flour and batter, first testing the oil temperature with its tentacles before frying it. Surprisingly, the finished product looked quite professional. Shag Goth first tasted it himself, but seemed unable to discern the flavor. So, it chirped, asking Ashwet to taste it. After Ashwet tasted it and nodded in approval, praising Shag Goth, the little creature was overjoyed, its small tentacles moving non-stop. Seeing this, Fang Mo also rewarded it with some steak as food. Afterwards, Fang Mo took the time to teleport to the planet Ego, not to visit Himeno, but to find a way to deal with the nine-tailed fox. Currently, the nine-tailed fox was sealed by the Ender Great Sword. However, Fang Mo had already prepared a broad-bladed giant sword for it, just lacking the time to transfer it. Now, as Fang Mo planned to harvest its meat, it was convenient to move it to its new home. Fang Mo plunged the Ender Greatsword into the ground. Chakra, like liquid, burst forth, quickly coalescing into a crimson chakra monster. It slowly grew bones, flesh, and fur, eventually turning into a gigantic fox with 9 tails. Upon being released, the 9-tailed devil fox immediately roared. But before it could react, the earth trembled, and several light tentacles, as large as buildings, stretched out, binding the 9-tailed devil fox tightly like wrapping Zongzi. Roar! What is this thing? The 9 tails struggled, but Ego, after all, was a living celestial. With such prestige, perhaps the 10 tails might have had a chance to escape, but the 9 tails was truly helpless, quickly becoming subdued, lying on the ground, ready to be harvested. Seeing this, Fang Mo excitedly took out a sickle and walked over. Considering his identity, Fang Mo chose not to attack from the front but instead circled behind, swiftly cutting off a piece of the 9 tails' flesh. The 9-tailed creature, in pain and about to roar in anger, was silenced as Fang Mo thrust the Divine Physician's world-saving sword into its mouth. The creature let out a strange cry, and its ability to heal quickly activated, closing the wound in an instant. Following this, Fang Mo struck it twice more with satisfaction and resealed it inside a new broad-bladed sword. After harvesting some flesh from the 9-tailed creature, Fang Mo quickly left the planet of Ego. Just as he returned, the doorbell rang. To his surprise, it was Hayakawa Aki at the door, who appeared to have washed his face, showing no trace of tears. He immediately said upon meeting, "I want to make a deal with you, right now. Do you know?" Fang Mo looked at Hayakawa Aki in front of him. "Your hurried appearance reminds me so much of my mother urging me to find a partner." "You have a mother?" Hayakawa Aki asked in surprise. "Damn it!" Fang Mo couldn't help but burst out, "I've already said no critical hits in roasting." "I didn't mean that, sorry." Hayakawa Aki explained, "Since devils are born from fear, I thought you were the same. But you suddenly mentioned your mother, does that mean you're not a devil?" To be honest, this question really stumped Fang Mo. If he admits he's a devil, then he loses his mother. If he doesn't, the fun is gone. "Future devil, get out here!" Slightly stunned, Fang Mo shouted, and soon the future devil emerged from Hayakawa Aki's eyes. "Future! Next time he hits me critically, I'll smash both of your heads together." Before the future devil could speak, Fang Mo had already grabbed its collar. "I mean what I say. Before he tries to hit me critically again, you'd better show him a future where both of your heads are smashed, and make him shut up." "Okay, I got it." The future devil immediately nodded, then turned to Hayakawa Aki. "Hayakawa Aki, apologize with me, quickly." "Sorry." Hayakawa Aki was a bit bewildered and said subconsciously, "All right, go back now." Upon seeing this, Fang Mo relaxed his grip, and the future devil hurriedly transformed into a streak of light and disappeared, returning to Hayakawa Aki's eyes. And with that distraction, the previous question was left unresolved. After some thought, Fang Mo still let Hayakawa Aki enter the villa first, and soon he was sitting on the sofa in the living room. "Guest, please have some coffee." Ah Shui brought over a freshly brewed cup of coffee, politely addressing Hayakawa Aki. Then, Shag Goth slid over on the ground, its 2 tiny tentacles holding sugar cubes, slowly extending and thinning until they reached Hayakawa Aki. "Chirp! Chirp chirp!" Shag Goth spoke in a mimicking manner. Hayakawa Aki was startled, clearly unable to understand Shaggoth's language. However, in the next second, Shag Goth seemed to realize that Hayakawa Aki didn't understand and acted accordingly. So, in the next moment, "Guest, please have some sugar." A light, agile female voice emanated from Shag Goth. Thank you." Hayakawa Aki was a bit bewildered but still took the sugar cube from the tiny tentacle and subconsciously began to stir it into his cup. "Alright, now let's talk about the contract." Fang Mo was already accustomed to this scene. He waved his hand, and Shag Goth jumped into his hand. While petting Shag Goth, he asked, what do you want to trade with me this time? I'm tired. After hearing this, Hayakawa Aki put down his stirring spoon and got straight to the point, please give me the power to kill the gun devil. The price for that is quite severe. I know. Hayakawa Aki said, as long as I can kill the gun devil, take everything from me, my memories, emotions, body, lifespan, soul, I offer it all to you. Just to kill the gun devil? Fang Mo asked. Yes, Hayakawa Aki nodded, his expression as calm as ever. From the beginning, my life has been solely about revenge. During this journey, I've encountered many people and experienced numerous events, but in the end, I'm left alone. I'm tired now. If possible, it might be better to perish together with the gun devil. Are you sure? Fang Mo asked, once the contract is fulfilled, it will be too late for regrets. I'm sure. Hayakawa Aki spoke earnestly. Alright then, Fang Mo shrugged his shoulders, in that case, I'll take a portion of your lifespan as a down payment. Is that alright? No problem. Hayakawa Aki nodded. Fang Mo didn't speak but simply raised his hand to Hayakawa Aki's body and then quickly removed it. Done, I've absorbed your lifespan. The contract is fulfilled. Okay. Hayakawa Aki nodded, then asked, how long can I live now? 5 years. Hayakawa Aki instinctively nodded, with that time, I should be able to gather enough pieces to defeat the gun devil. 4. Fang Mo looked straight at Hayakawa Aki. 3. 2. Hayakawa Aki looked at Fang Mo in astonishment. Chapter 359, Chapter 356, Pitiful Kobani. So even if I offer you everything, a headache is still unavoidable, hey? After the initial shock, Hayakawa Aki quickly recovered and said with a hint of resignation, rather, this seems to be your real purpose, to freely give me trouble. Then, about the square moon and the great black ox. I already said that's not possible. Hayakawa Aki slightly massaged his forehead, but after thinking for a moment, added, at least wait until after I'm dead to shave the moon. You actually agree this time? Fang Mo looked at Hayakawa Aki somewhat surprised, this really is the good words of a dying man. Is that how you use that phrase? Hayakawa Aki's face darkened, then he abruptly changed the topic, alright, I didn't come here to babble with you. I've already offered myself to you, now give me the power first. Oh, no problem with that. Fang Mo nodded, then took out a bloody piece of meat and placed it on the table, eat this first. What's this? Hayakawa Aki instinctively looked at the meat on the table, noticing that it was very strange. The surface continuously emitted red liquid energy, giving an eerie feeling, is this another piece of devil meat? Hemorrhoids. Fang Mo stated bluntly. Hayakawa Aki fell silent for a long time, then couldn't help but massage his forehead again, we just can't get over this joke, can we? This really is hemorrhoids. Fang Mo said seriously, it's normal that you don't recognize it, given your limited perspective. After all, how can the sparrow understand the hemorrhoids of the red fox? Hayakawa Aki was utterly speechless, his good words completely spoiled by him. This is the fox devil meat I mentioned to you earlier. Seeing Hayakawa Aki speechless, Fang Mo also laughed, anyway, I won't harm you. Just eat it with peace of mind. Can this thing be eaten directly? Hayakawa Aki looked at the slices of meat on the table, which seemed to have already begun corroding the surface. Indeed, there's a bit of risk involved. Hearing Hayakawa Aki's question, Fang Mo also subconsciously touched his chin. After all, this meat was from a tailed beast. Qin and Jin could eat it to survive, but that doesn't mean others could do the same. After some thought, Fang Mo took out a life talisman from his pocket and threw it to Hayakawa Aki, take this. What's this? Hayakawa Aki looked at the talisman in his hand with some confusion. I generally call it, the life and death talisman, Fang Mo explained. My favorite thing to do is to give these to others. A great benefactor like me usually throws them out in groups. Anyway, with this, you need not fear. Just aim at these hemorrhoids and enjoy your feast. Hayakawa Aki stared at Fang Mo. Alright, it's meat, Fang Mo waved his hand dismissively, if I say it's meat, then it's meat, okay. Hearing this, Hayakawa Aki finally reached out and pinched a piece of meat from the table, then put it into his mouth. But the moment Hayakawa Aki put the meat into his mouth, Fang Mo started to smirk mischievously. Hee polyps. However, even after hearing this, Hayakawa Aki was too preoccupied to pay him any attention. The moment the nine tails meat entered his mouth, the orange-red-tailed beast chakra immediately began eroding his oral cavity. He felt as if countless blades were swirling in his mouth, a slicing pain immediately spreading throughout, followed by a strange burning sensation. It was truly unbearable pain. Yet, even so, Hayakawa Aki didn't spit out the meat but began to chew vigorously instead. Due to the violent nature of the tailed beast chakra, it had a strong corrosive effect on the human body, something not even the Jinchuriki themselves could withstand, let alone ordinary people. After Hayakawa Aki swallowed a piece of the nine tails meat, he fell to the ground in pain. Ugh! Ugh! He clutched his stomach, retching non-stop, sweating profusely from the pain. Eventually, he even started to vomit blood, probably because the tailed beast chakra had corroded his stomach lining or something. Don't just eat cephalosporin, have some liquor. Seeing this, Fang Mo also took out a bottle of regenerative potion and handed it over. Come on, drink up quickly. Hayakawa Aki clenched his teeth and took the potion, lacking the strength to even ask what it was. He simply tilted his head back and gulped down the potion. His regenerative ability quickly activated, and he stopped vomiting blood. After enduring for about half an hour, Hayakawa Aki finally recovered, completely drenched in sweat as if he had just been pulled out of water, gasping heavily on the ground. How do you feel? Fang Mo squatted beside Hayakawa Aki. Do you feel the power inside you? No. Hayakawa Aki weakly replied, I only feel pain. That's right, your power needs to experience pain. Fang Mo spread his arms and said, from now on, let the world feel the pain. So, how exactly should I use this power? Hayakawa Aki struggled to get up from the ground. Previously, the power came with a contract and the usage method entered my brain automatically, but the power you gave me, seems like something I have to figure out on my own. Perhaps start with meditation. Hearing Hayakawa Aki's question, Fang Mo also recalled, first of all, you need to refine your chakra. Chakra. It's a type of energy, Fang Mo explained. You can call it Masha Ara if you like. So, how do I refine it? Hayakawa Aki asked. Start with meditation, Fang Mo explained. Feel the presence of the chakra. How should I meditate? Early in the morning, Hayakawa Aki asked again. Close your eyes, Fang Mo simply said. Then control the cells throughout your body to refine chakra. Hayakawa Aki didn't speak, but looked at Fang Mo with a gaze that seemed to say I see you're just making things difficult for me, Hayakawa Aki. Even if you look at me like that, it's no use. Fang Mo helplessly spread his hands. The way I use chakra is different from yours. If we compare this thing to electricity, then I'm usually like someone who fights with a nuclear reactor in hand. You're asking me how to generate electricity. I really don't know how to do that. So what do we do now? Hayakawa Aki said, as a human, I really can't control all the cells in my body and then refine some energy that I don't even know what it is. Tisk, what a hassle. Fang Mo couldn't help but complain, and then took out several huge scrolls from his storage space. What is this now? Seeing this, Hayakawa Aki also asked curiously. A tutorial. Fang Mo said in a muffled voice, and then began to flip through the scrolls. Yes, when he used to call himself Uchiha Madara, he had ordered Orochimaru and others to help collect some scrolls, initially just to record some forbidden techniques for regular use. But Orochimaru, being a scientist, adhered to a rigorous and serious attitude. He ended up giving Fang Mo several meticulously edited complete collections of all the ninjutsu of Konoha, ranging from refining chakra to impure world reincarnation, summoning techniques, sealing techniques, 5 elements ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, cursed seals. Basically, everything Konoha could master was written in there, even including Might Guy's 8 Gates technique. When Fang Mo asked for the scrolls back then, he originally planned to take a look and study ninjutsu whenever he had the chance, just to show off. But later, due to his laziness, these scrolls had just been gathering dust in his storage space until now, when he finally took them out to study again. Fortunately, Orochimaru was very thorough in organizing things. Even though Fang Mo didn't understand anything, under his blind guidance, Hayakawa Aki still managed to refine a certain amount of chakra. And so, the following events became much simpler. Fang Mo directly sent Hayakawa Aki home, instructing him to finish the meat slices within a few days. Time quickly advanced to a few days later, and Hayakawa Aki finally succeeded in finishing the meat slices. However, before he could even start his ninja training, news came from the special division indicating a new operation. Thus, Fang Mo led Hayakawa Aki to the Metropolitan Police Department. Inside the Metropolitan Police Department, Fang Mo also met several new colleagues. A glance around revealed not a single normal person among them. First, there were 2 devils, an angel and a spider, followed by 2 devil humans, Violence and Shark. Fang Mo briefly observed these individuals. The spider devil was a cold woman, standing silent. The shark devil seemed a bit crazy, wearing only large underpants, hiding in a corner and mumbling non-stop about his love for Chainsaw Man, almost like a living embodiment of Fujimoto Tatsuki's Twitter account. The Violence devil seemed approachable, but wore a plague doctor's beak mask. It's said he had to constantly inhale poison gas to prevent going berserk due to his immense strength. As for the last, the angel devil, though male, was surprisingly as beautiful as a woman. He had a halo above his head but seemed somewhat listless, standing there lazily as if he wanted to give up at any moment. Apart from these 4 new colleagues, Fang Mo also saw a familiar face, Kobani. Yes, after the previous shooting incident, she had decided to resign, but it seemed she stayed for the bonus. Fang Mo found this strange, considering he had given her an emerald. Upon asking, Kobani burst into tears, explaining how she lost the gem in a sewer drain after falling on her way to the jewelry store. As she recounted this, Kobani cried miserably. Even the nearby devils couldn't help but glance at her. Chapter 360, Chapter 357, What kind of spider is this? It must be said that Kobani is really quite miserable. Crucially, this misery was ordained by Tatsuki Fujimoto, the author of Chainsaw Man. It's akin to the alleyway demise of Bruce Wayne's parents or the fate of Peter Parker's Uncle Ben, representing an irresistible force or the will of the greater universe. This is why Batman is so kind-hearted and cannot bear to see death, otherwise, if he couldn't beat his enemies, he would simply kneel and cry out, and the enemies would probably drop dead instantly. In any case, after the episode involving Kobani, Makima quickly explained the reason for calling everyone together. The previous shooting incident resulted in significant casualties in various departments of the Special Division, so to maintain the necessary Devil Hunter work, it was essential to regroup everyone. Typically, members of the Special Division operate in pairs, forming partnerships. Like Power with Denji, Hayakawa Aki with Himeno, and Eri with Kobani. Now, with Himeno and Eri gone, it's not feasible to go without partners, so Makima decided to pair devils and devils together. Fang Mo didn't have any objections to this. After all, he is a technical consultant, working in cooperation with the Special Division rather than needing to adhere to their policy of pairing up. Although Makima is morally questionable, her efficiency in handling matters is indeed quite high. The new groups were quickly decided, Kobani with the Violence Devil, the Shark Devil with the Spider Devil, Power, and Denji remained unchanged, and the last, Hayakawa Aki, was paired with an Angel Devil. Does everyone agree with the new groupings? After the allocation, Makima specifically asked this question. But honestly, since everyone is under Makima's control, of course, there were no objections. Then Makima turned to Fang Mo, Consultant Fang Mo, what do you think? I don't really mind. Fang Mo, while casually cleaning his ear with his little finger, said indifferently, but to be honest, these people seem too weak. At this rate, we'll probably have to regroup again soon, which is quite troublesome. Ah, it seems like we're being underestimated. The Violence Devil scratched his head awkwardly, there's nothing we can do about it, after all, our strength as devils is limited, otherwise, it would be bad if we lost control. It doesn't matter, said the Angel Devil lazily. Devils won't die from being shot, so instead of worrying about us, you might as well worry about the humans. Yeah, it looks like your human side is even weaker, right? The Shark Devil, somewhat neurotically, chimed in and then suddenly pointed at Kobani, like this woman, her whining is so annoying, I could bite her to death in one go. Yikes! Kobani stepped back in fear and began to apologize again, sorry. Consultant Fang Mo, does make sense. Makima didn't seem angry but instead appeared to be contemplating, stroking her chin, actually, the 4th Special Division really needs some special training. After all, we still have to investigate clues about the Gun Devil, so we must enhance everyone's strength. I want to train with Chainsaw-sama. Hearing this, the shark devil suddenly got excited. I really want to fight alongside Chainsaw-sama. Chainsaw-sama is strong. Invincible. As for Denji-kun, he's indeed undergoing special training with power. Makima glanced at the shark devil and then said, but it seems like Princey isn't interested in anyone else, and I'm currently busy with a lot of things, so there's no suitable person to take charge of the training. That's simple. Fango immediately smiled, why not just leave them to me? Really? Makima asked, tilting her head. Hey, don't be so formal with me, man. Fango waved his hand, isn't this what you were thinking? I'm quite free right now, might as well take them for some fun. Before he could finish, the spider devil suddenly rushed over from a distance. Don't you dare speak to Makima-sama like that. Suddenly, 8 sharp claws emerged from under the woman's skirt, and with a leap, all 8 feet thrust towards Fango. However, she only got halfway there. Her entire body suddenly eerily hovered in mid-air. The spider devil struggled, but it was clearly futile, as this wasn't a force she could break free from. I've seen many spiders, but this is my first time seeing such a protective one. While saying this, Fango slowly walked towards the spider devil and then lifted her skirt. Wow, what a creature, 8 spider legs. Consultant Fango. Makima had also witnessed the scene and thus spoke up, Princey meant no harm, she just didn't recognize your devil identity and thought you were human. After all, devils tend to harbor some malice towards humans. Ah? He's also a devil. Upon hearing this, the violence devil on this side seemed somewhat surprised as well. It's okay if you didn't recognize him. Hearing Makima's words, Fango couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like this was indeed a small test from Makima, but he certainly wouldn't back down. Don't worry, I'll make her realize it soon enough. After all, when it comes to dealing with spiders, I am absolutely ancestral. While saying this, Fango had already drawn a huge battle axe from behind. Instead of swinging the storm axe to chop the opponent, Fango merely poked the spider devil lightly with the axe handle. The inherent abilities of the Tinker construct, Limb Cutter Killer V, along with the original Limb Cutter Killer V were activated. With a squish, a shower of blood burst from the spider devil, and its 8 legs, 2 arms, and other stuff scattered all over the ground. Fango looked down and noticed an eyeball had rolled to his feet. Wow, the dropping of a spider's eye is so realistic. Fango laughed at the sight, how about I pickle it in sugar for you? I'm best at preparing family dishes. Fermented spider eyes are a rare delicacy. Seeing this, the other devils seemed to be stunned as well. Even the insane shark devil seemed to have quieted down a lot. They had indeed heard from Makima before, saying that the new technical consultant was a monster of sorts, but this was a bit too monstrous, wasn't it? How did a mere touch result in instant death? It seems this one isn't dead yet. Fango glanced at the spider devil not far away. It had to be said, the devil's vitality was indeed tenacious, it hadn't died even after being blown apart. He then spoke up, would anyone be willing to contribute some blood? However, the entire office was silent, and no one dared to make a sound. Isn't anyone, a teammate here? Someone help, please. Fango spread his hands, if you don't save him, I won't be polite. Watch me grant a merciful release. Is this consultant so violent? Seeing the terrible state of the spider devil, the violence devil nearby seemed to be frightened as well, looking directly at Makima. Miss Makima, do we really have to train under him? I feel like we might get killed. Don't worry, Consultant Fango is still quite measured in his actions. Makima voluntarily went over, taking out a bag of blood from nowhere and feeding it to the spider devil, rounding off the situation. He is a very powerful devil, and I believe everyone here can become stronger. This. The people exchanged glances. Since the leader had spoken, they seemed to have no reason to refuse. However, regarding Makima's comment about being measured in his actions, everyone tacitly chose not to comment further. Since there were no missions at the moment, it didn't take long for Makima to approve everyone's request for special training. Due to the ravages of devils, the police department held significant power in this world. Soon, everyone arrived at a training ground near the suburbs of the city. This place was originally a factory, but due to the devils, it had turned into a heap of ruins. The boss likely fled or died, so the police department requisitioned the land. The factory's yard was indeed very large, making it suitable for a training ground. All right, everyone. After arriving at the training ground, Fango clapped his hands, starting now, let me take charge of your special training. First, answer me 3 questions. Fang Mo extended 3 fingers, which do you prefer, picking cotton or being killed? Complaining or being killed? Obeying or being killed? That's not even a question. The violence devil said, it's more of a threat than a question, isn't it? Yes, yes. The shark devil couldn't help but nod, although I don't understand, it feels like if we don't pick cotton, don't complain, and don't obey, we'll be killed. Why did I even come back to work? Kobani held her head and started to cry again. Woo, I'm so foolish, why did I run back to be a devil hunter? I really want to quit. However, just at this moment, the angel devil suddenly spoke. There's really no need to choose in this matter, the angel devil said lazily. Compared to working, being killed is surely better, right? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and turned their gazes towards the angel devil. What's this? How did a salted fish get mixed in with these devils? Fang Mo turned his head towards the angel devil upon hearing this and deliberately said, Why does this salted fish devil have a halo above its head? Could it be that this fish died with lingering regrets? A nun and a fish, or something like that. He's an angel devil, not a salted fish devil. The violence devil explained, but he's always been like this, lacking motivation. Boss, don't bother with him, and please don't kill him. You're quite kind, aren't you? Fang Mo looked at the violence devil beside him. What happened to being violent? In my case, after inheriting this body, I retained many of its previous memories, so I don't advocate violence, the violence devil explained, touching the back of his head. It would be nice if all matters could be resolved peacefully. You're a good kid. Fang Mo laughed upon hearing this. Well, then I'll go easy on you guys later. Chapter 361, Chapter 358, Genderbending the Angel Devil, read the author's thoughts. Lightly. The violence devil seemed a bit stunned after hearing this. Boss, about this shooting, is it really appropriate? Fang Mo looked at the violence devil in surprise. Young man, you have a talent for making remarks. I'm starting to like you. I'll look after you later. Then I'll thank you in advance, boss. But this shooting? The violence devil said. Oh, I mean this. Fang Mo said, raising one hand and forming a gun shape with his index finger and thumb, aiming at a deserted factory not far away. Bang! A white light burst from his fingertips, turning into a huge, pale beam. With a loud boom, the entire factory was destroyed as if it were rotten wood, leaving a deep, scorching trench on the ground, still emitting wisps of blue smoke. This. Everyone was completely stunned by the scene. This is one of my abilities, Fang Mo calmly explained, I call it I'm gonna blast. So the special training means. The shark devil stared blankly at the nearby building debris. You're right. Fang Mo said with a smile, from now on, I'll keep blasting. Of course, your task is simple, just, survive. We can't do that, can we? The angel devil immediately refused after hearing this, if you want to kill us, there's no need for all this effort. Just do it directly. This is special training specifically for the gun devil. Fang Mo explained with a shrug, as far as I know, that guy is a fast-moving shooter. If you want to defeat the gun devil later, you better honestly practice dodging shots. Only by doing this can you blast through these ADCs like me. But this is too. I agree. Before any of the other devils could speak, the previously silent Hayakawa Aki suddenly spoke up. Ah! Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned, probably not expecting that the bravest among them would actually be a human. They looked at him in surprise. There's nothing to be surprised about. Hayakawa Aki must have felt the gazes of others and spoke, my purpose in joining the special division is to confront the gun devil. As long as I can defeat that guy, no matter what the cost, I am willing. Fang Mo, let's start. Oh, okay. Fang Mo nodded, let me first explain the rules. If you touch me, you win. If I kill you, you lose. Understood. Do we have to die? The angel devil, having heard this, directly asked, that's so troublesome. Not cooperating, hey? Fine, Fang Mo said, pointing to a nearby open space. Those who don't want to train can go over there. Without a second thought, the angel devil walked straight over. I also. Seeing this, Kobani subconsciously wanted to follow the angel devil's steps, but suddenly, a hand grabbed her. Turning her head, she was surprised to see it was the violence devil. Kobani, I advise you not to go. The violence devil said, I have a very bad feeling. Ah! Kobani was momentarily startled, a bad feeling about what? As they were talking, she saw Fango already walking towards the angel devil. Of course, the angel devil wasn't scared. He was truly an old salted fish, lazily looking at Fango, almost as if to say, go ahead and try to kill me. Not putting in effort, hey. Fango looked at the angel devil, then suddenly pulled out a bag of transformation powder. He pressed down on the angel devil's shoulder and covered his head with a barrage of the powder, saying, I'll make you exert yourself. A burst of blue-green magical smoke erupted from the powder, completely enveloping the angel devil. Not long after, the smoke gradually dispersed. The original angel devil had vanished, replaced by a very small blonde girl with a halo on her head. She was currently staring at Fango with a bewildered expression. Wow, it actually worked. Seeing the current appearance of the angel devil, Fango couldn't help but reveal a surprised smile. It seems my guess was indeed correct. The principle of the transformation powder is just like this. The Twilight Forest is rightfully my favorite mod. Indeed, through continuous experimentation, Fango had finally grasped part of the principle behind the transformation powder. This substance, as its name implies, can transform a creature into another kind of creature that is conceptually similar. Take the Snow Queen, for example. The transformation powder's judgment of her is power of ice and snow plus female. That's why she turned into a snow maiden, and perhaps with a few more sprinkles, she might turn into characters like Esteth, Yatsuno, or Cerno. Of course, she might also become characters like Anya, Lysandra, and that would be really troublesome. As for Rocket Raccoon from the Marvel Universe, the transformation powder's judgment is small animal plus intelligence, hence why he turned into characters like Alu Cat, Cool or the like. As for this angel devil, clearly, the transformation powder's judgment should be angel plus laziness, or possibly angel plus beauty, which proves that Fango guessed correctly. With this pack of transformation powder sprinkled, he successfully transformed. What's happening to me? The angel devil seemed bewildered as well. What did you do to me? However, as soon as he spoke, he suddenly realized that even his voice had changed. Although his tone was still gloomy, it had completely become the voice of a cute girl. Since you don't want to exert effort, I had to find another way to make you contribute. Fango crouched down and stroked the angel devil's head with both hands. Everyone is working hard. If you don't want to work, then just lie here waiting for others to push you around, which is also a contribution to the team. Hey! The angel devil was stunned, then said directly, I don't want that, change me back. No way, no discussion, no negotiation. Fango flatly refused. I'll undergo training. The angel devil's blonde hair was all messed up by Fango, and now he seemed unable to hold back any longer, shaking his head and saying, stop touching me for now, hurry up and change me back, I won't be lazy anymore, okay? Are you sure you can behave properly? Fango asked. Am I good enough now? The angel devil spoke, anyway, hurry up and change me back. Then start training, Fango said with a mischievous smile. If you perform well, I'll change you back, but if you don't do well, do I need to remind you of the consequences? Ah, what a hassle. The angel devil rubbed her messy golden hair and, while complaining, walked back towards the team. You better not lie, okay? Of course, of course. Fango quickly nodded. I, Pinocchio Loki Zoe Lelich, promise not to lie. The angel devil stopped, looking at him suspiciously. Aren't you called Fango? It's my stage name, my stage name. Fango explained with a chuckle, I have too many names, Square Man, Joker, Color Critic, Sandwither Group Friend, Dimensional Devil, Uranium Park Director, Cotton Garden Director. Anyway, you'll get used to it. Fine then. The angel devil sighed helplessly and then joined the team. Alright. Fango clapped his hands and said, training begins. After that, Fango immediately launched an attack toward the front, raising his hand and shooting a light bullet instantaneously. Be careful! The violence devil shouted, then quickly pulled Kobani to the side. The shark devil, seeing this, also quickly activated his ability, instantly diving into the ground. However, the angel devil just stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Seeing this, Hayakawa Aki quickly reached out to pull her to safety, but just as Hayakawa Aki reached out, the angel devil's expression changed suddenly, dodging Hayakawa Aki's hand as if she had been electrocuted. After dodging Hayakawa Aki's hand, the angel devil squatted down to avoid the light bullet, then immediately yelled, "Are you trying to kill yourself?" "Hey!" Hayakawa Aki seemed stunned too, but quickly furrowed her brow and explained, "I was just trying to pull you out of the way, nothing else." "You don't know about my ability?" the angel devil asked. "What ability?" Hayakawa Aki inquired. "Any human who touches me without permission will have their lifespan drained." Facing a formidable enemy, the angel devil had to hastily explain, "I can't control it, so if you don't want to die, don't touch me." As soon as these words were uttered, another light bullet flew over. The angel devil instinctively opened its wings to block, but with a loud boom, it was instantly blown away. Hayakawa Aki turned to look at Fango, only to find him standing still, pointing his finger at himself. In an instant, the threat of death enveloped his entire brain. Almost subconsciously, a semi-transparent orange-red energy appeared around Hayakawa Aki. Utilizing the power of the tailed beast cloak, Hayakawa Aki narrowly dodged the light bullet, which then hit the ground not far behind him. With a boom, the ground seemed to shake. "This is no good, dodging these lights is useless." Not far away, the violence devil shouted, "We need to find a way to counterattack. Touching him counts as a win, right? I'll do it." As he was speaking, the shark devil bravely charged forward. Using its abilities, it sank into the ground. Though the area was all concrete and asphalt, to it seemed like water, and it surged towards Fango. Fango, of course, noticed the shark devil's actions. He casually fired a few light bullets, not aiming deliberately. The shark devil, while burrowing, seemed to sense them and dove deeper. Its fin was no longer visible on the surface. The light bullets exploded on the ground, creating several large pits, but did not harm the shark devil. The violence devil, probably trying to attract attention, also quickly rushed up, leaped into the air, and smashed down with a whip kick, shouting, "Ade!" Fango, seeing this, simply pointed his finger, and a light bullet quickly flew towards the violence devil's crotch. With a boom, chaos ensued. Kobani, seeing this, immediately covered her face, indicating just how terrible the scene must have been. But taking advantage of this moment, the shark devil also circled to Fango's back, leaping out of the ground, its head transforming into a giant shark, ferociously biting at Fango, "I'll eat you, bastard!" Fango's hand was raised, ready to shoot a light bullet into the shark devil's mouth. But just then, a notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. System notification, new module trait detected, research required to gain download access. Chapter 362, Chapter 359, New Mod. Upon hearing this inexplicable system prompt, Fango was also stunned for a moment. As the light bullet at his fingertips had not been fired, the shark devil managed to bite into his body. However, Fango's body was now even harder than vibranium, so when the shark devil bit down with great force, there was only a crack sound, and it was his own teeth that shattered. Is this really happening? Not far away, the violence devil who had been blown into tattered pants saw this scene and seemed to feel a bit incredulous. All right, that's enough for the preliminary test." Since he heard the system prompt, Fango also stopped. "I've now grasped your basic strengths. Next, I'm going to customize a specific training program for you. For now, let's take a rest. We're saved." Kobani, hearing this, also finally felt relieved. However, just as she breathed a sigh of relief, Fango's voice came from not far away, "Kobani, go get some blood for the devils, don't let them die." Thus, Kobani's expression became aggrieved again. In this wilderness, where was she supposed to find blood for these devils? However, Fango didn't pay attention to Kobani's thoughts, as he was now stunned with the mod he had just unlocked. System prompt, Gluttony concept researched, you have gained download access to a new module. System prompt, Gluttony module downloading. System prompt, Gluttony module download complete, load now. Gluttony. Fango himself was a bit bewildered, touching his head subconsciously, it seems like a module I've never heard of, What does gluttony mean? Is it related to hunger bar? After thinking for a moment, Fang Mo decided to confirm it first. So, the system prompt in his mind rang again very quickly. System prompt, gluttony module successfully loaded. System prompt, as you have downloaded and run a new module, you have gained a lucky block, which will randomly draw an item from any known module. And with the sound of the prompt, Fang Mo felt like there was additional information in his mind. What is this? After digesting these messages in his mind, Fang Mo couldn't help but be stunned, so it's really such a crazy eating habit. Unlike what Fang Mo had anticipated, this so-called gluttony module indeed relates to satiety, but it's different from modules like Pam's Harvest Craft, Life Seasoning, Hunger Reform, and others. It's a bizarre and uniquely styled, lightweight module. Yes, it's a lightweight functional module. Like the Chinese localization, mini-map, chain gathering, oversized backpack, and custom Steve that Fang Mo possesses, this module does not add any items to the game. But how should I put it? Although this module only adds one function, even after seeing it, Fang Mo couldn't help but grimace. Gluttony, as the name suggests. This module allows Steve to eat almost crazily. As soon as Fang Mo thinks about it, Steve will frantically consume everything in sight, whether it's the items in his hand, the blocks laid on the ground, or even living entities, swallowing them whole. Of course, this isn't even the most outrageous part. The craziest thing is that if Fang Mo wants to, he can make Steve spit things out before they are digested. That's just absurd. The eating in this gluttony module is a conceptual rule. That is to say, it can even consume things like Bedrock, the Wither, the Ender Dragon, and anyone who has played Minecraft knows how preposterous that is. Wow, what kind of gluttony sin is this? Fang Mo himself was speechless and couldn't help but hold his forehead. Even Bear Grylls would give me a thumbs up after seeing this. Actually, in ancient times, Fang Mo really played a similar module. That module was called Bear Grylls, but it seemed like it could only eat items in hand and could not consume blocks and living entities. If he remembers correctly, it was probably for versions 1.4.7 and 1.6.2, but clearly, this gluttony is even more outrageous than Bear Grylls. After all, this module is so absurd that it can even spit things out. Well, let's give it a try. Fang Mo pondered for a moment, then drew a sticky red great sword from within his body. This sword contained the tomato devil, so its appearance became a bit eerie, continuously oozing tomato sauce and such, but apart from that, it was completely useless, with virtually no combat capability. Fang Mo thrust the sword into the ground, and quickly the tomato devil emerged. It was a huge tomato covered in eyes, with a large mouth, and 8 arms supporting its body below. Because it was so weak and completely mindless, it tried to attack Fang Mo as soon as it appeared. Fang Mo was not courteous to him either. Activating the Ring of Arcana, vines suddenly grew from the ground, binding its body. Immediately following, with a slight thought, Steve had already appeared behind him. Eat him! Fang Mo raised his hand to point, and Steve immediately went up, launching a frenzied eating attack on the tomato devil. Accompanied by the original crunching eating sound, along with the particle effects of food debris splattering, the tomato devil suddenly let out a terrified scream, and then started to struggle. No! Don't! The tomato devil's wail was so miserable that it instinctively made all the devils turn their heads to look this way. The tomato devil's body quickly faded, becoming transparent in just a few seconds, and eventually completely faded away. Its screams also gradually became distant and vague. Accompanied by Steve suddenly letting out a satisfied burp, all traces of the tomato devil's existence were completely erased. Seeing this, Fang Mo suddenly vaguely realized something. This is. So he turned his head towards Kobani not far away, and waved at her. Kobani, come here, I have a question for you. Ah. Yes. Kobani seemed a bit nervous, but still walked over. I want to ask you. Seeing her approach, Fang Mo also materialized a tomato from Steve's hand, holding it in his hand and asked Kobani, do you know what this is? This is. Kobani, seeing the tomato in Fang Mo's hand, instinctively opened her mouth to speak, but the next second she suddenly froze. This is. Damn, is it really like that? Seeing Kobani's reaction, Fang Mo couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Actually, the worldview of this Chainsaw Man instance is quite interesting. It's somewhat like an absolute idealism. Devils are born from people's fear of certain concepts, and they themselves represent these concepts. So once their names are eaten, everything related to them in this world will completely disappear. In normal circumstances, devils are considered immortal, as they are merely a concept. When a devil is killed in the human realm, it loses its memory and reincarnates in hell, where it is revived. Conversely, a devil that dies in hell is reborn in the human world. However, there is a situation where a devil can truly die. That is when it is eaten by Pokeda. Fango is unclear about the underlying principle, but a little thought suggests it might involve breaking the natural cycle, preventing the devil from reincarnating. For example, when Pokeda consumed the nuclear bomb devil, every concept related to nuclear weapons was erased from this world. Humans could neither create nuclear weapons nor even know what they are. Naturally, there would be no fear of them, and without fear, no new nuclear bomb devil would be born from human terror. This seems a bit like exploiting a bug. But to Fango's surprise, his own stand, Steve, also has a similar function. Thinking this way, it cannot be called exploiting a bug. It's more like a legitimate use of the world's characteristics. Fango suspects this is also due to the rules of the MC world. After all, having awakened his stand for so long, he has grasped some of the principles of the MC world. Unlike the rules of the real world, the rules of the MC world are very pure. For example, if damage is specified to be deducted by a percentage, it must be enforced as such. Probably the same nature applies to this gluttonous module. If it says it will eat you, then it must do so. It's not just about consuming the physical body but a conceptual kind of devouring. This is somewhat like the Red World Devil. It devours everything including the body, soul, memory, emotions, and existence. Wow! After realizing this, Fango couldn't help himself and touched his forehead, saying, "So these lightweight modules are indeed godlike." Before he could think further, Fango hurriedly had Steve spit out the tomato devil. He didn't want the world to lose tomatoes. Otherwise, what would he dip his fries in? A world without the possibility of getting fries at KFC, just the thought is despairing. With a U sound, the badly injured tomato devil immediately fell to the ground. Seeing this, Fango also sighed in relief. It seemed his reaction was timely, otherwise, the tomato devil might have been digested, and he would have become an eternal sinner. Ah, I remember now. Just as the tomato devil was spat out, Kobani also suddenly came to her senses and said subconsciously, "This is a tomato, right? Wow, I must have been too scared just now. I even forgot such common knowledge. My brain must be melting. All right, you're not needed here anymore." Fango waved his hand and then handed the tomato to Kobani. "Here's your reward, take it and eat it. Don't disturb my thoughts." After Kobani left with the tomato, Fango continued to study the new module he had acquired. But this time, his focus was not on Steve, but on himself, because, like all lightweight modules, it brought a duality. Besides Steve, Fango realized that he seemed to have undergone some changes as well. Chapter 363, Chapter 360, Find Me the Sex Devil. Compared to those complex industrial modules, Fango actually prefers functional modules. After all, currently unable to view the crafting list, he really doesn't understand those complex modules. Conversely, these lightweight modules don't require viewing a crafting list, and not only provide a lucky block but also come with various convenient functions. Localization, mini-map, chain mining, extra-large backpack, custom Steve. Functional modules offer binary functionalities, meaning not only Steve can use them, but even Fango can too. Take, for instance, the powerful localization module. This module allows Fango to communicate with any creature, saving him countless troubles. The extra-large backpack creates a storage space within Fango, which is also convenient and useful. And as for the custom Steve, that's even more amazing, it's a miraculous skill coveted by many. As for the Gluttony module, it also grants Fango a special ability. After some experimentation, Fango discovered another space within himself. This wasn't just a whimsical idea but a separate dimension with a digestive function. Anything he consumed would appear in this space. Fango tried swallowing various things like gold, stone, wood, diamonds. With a mere thought, this space would completely digest these items, leaving no residue. Of course, Fango could also choose not to digest these items and keep them stored there. Honestly, this ability seemed somewhat limited in utility. If he really wanted to consume something, letting Steve do it would suffice. With the Minecraft rules enhancement, Steve could achieve absolute consumption, saving both time and effort. In contrast, without the Minecraft rules enhancement, this ability was practically useless for Fang Mo. At best, it just added another storage space within his body. Of course, there might be other uses for this ability that Fang Mo hadn't discovered yet. After all, the minimap and chain mining also granted him corresponding abilities, but he hadn't figured them out either. However, Fang Mo's mindset remained positive. If he couldn't figure out the uses for now, he simply wouldn't dwell on them. After a short rest, he quickly resumed tormenting the members of the 4th Special Division, mindlessly throwing light bombs at them from day until deep into the night. In the end, even these devil members were beaten to the point of being unable to get up. The training ground was in complete disarray, with several meters of the ground surface sheared off. Everywhere one looked, there were large pits emitting blue smoke. Unlike these disheveled members of the 4th Special Division, Fang Mo was having a great time. So, after a day of training, he hummed a song while using brown magic to go straight back to his villa for dinner. After the series of experiences he had recently, Ashwa seemed to have realized that Fang Mo preferred Chinese-style meals. So, tonight's dinner didn't include steak or bread. Instead, there were dishes like clay pot braised pork, oil-poured Chinese kale, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, kelp and lotus root soup, and stir-fried mixed mushrooms with meat, which greatly whetted Fang Mo's appetite. Since he had just unlocked the Gluttony module today, he decided to give Ashwa a demonstration of what real gluttony looked like. After a satisfying meal, Ashwa took the initiative to clean up the dining table, while Shag Goth helped with washing the dishes. Shag Goth quickly jumped onto the edge of the sink, using a small tentacle to roll up a sponge and carefully wiped every corner of the dinner plates. As for Fang Mo, he made a trip to the planet Ego. On one hand, he went to deliver some food to Himeno. On the other hand, he materialized some metals and used them to craft a suit of armor covering Himeno's entire body, to disguise her original identity. Since he couldn't dream, Fang Mo had little need for sleep. So, taking advantage of the night, he tested the functionality of the name tag a bit. It turned out that this name tag was indeed useful, capable of changing the names and powers of devils, but it also had significant limitations. Take the Broom Devil, for instance. Fang Mo first tried renaming it to Cerebral Palsy Devil. However, after right-clicking the name tag, the system issued a prompt sound. System prompt, this name has already been taken. Fang Mo then tried several other names, like Bull Devil, Cotton Devil, Capital Devil, etc., but the result was the same. The system kept issuing prompt sounds, indicating that the names were taken and couldn't be changed. Eventually, Fang Mo got a bit annoyed. He simply named the Broom Devil Red Carp, Green Carp, and Donkey SB250. Surprisingly, this worked. The Broom Devil let out a scream and then transformed into a strange mass of flesh, in which one could vaguely see two colored carps and a bunch of donkey heads with stupid expressions, causing significant mental pollution. Seeing this, Fang Mo quickly made his way to the Hayakawa Aki family. Since it was already deep into the night, and Hayakawa Aki had been training all day and was asleep, he seemed a bit grouchy when woken up by Fang Mo. You better have a good reason. Opening the door, a sleepy Hayakawa Aki, with a dark face, said. Got a question for you, said Fang Mo, not beating around the bush, and directly took out a broom asking, what is this? Are you sick? Hayakawa Aki stared at the broom for a while, then said, running over here with a broom in the middle of the night, what, do you want to perform a flying witch act for me? You know it's called a broom. Fang Mo was a bit surprised, but just before Hayakawa Aki was about to explode, he immediately sat astride the broom and laughed, you guessed right, woohoo, I'm now going to perform a witch's flight for you. After saying this, Fang Mo flew away in a flash, leaving Hayakawa Aki standing there, feeling a massive headache. After returning home, Fang Mo continued to study the functions of the naming tag. He released Red Carp, Green Carp, and Donkey SB250 again and tried to change its name back to Broom Devil. However, to his surprise, the system prompted that the name was already occupied. Hearing this, Fang Mo was somewhat stunned. Looking at the mass of flesh in front of him, Fang Mo fell into deep thought. The name being occupied means that a Broom Devil already exists in this world. So, after a devil is renamed, it's like giving up its original authority, and a new broom devil will be born in hell. After figuring this out, Fang Mo quickly started a new test. This time, he summoned his stand, Steve. With a slight thought, Steve activated his devouring ability, quickly consuming the turtle devil. After that, Fang Mo used the naming tag on Red Carp, Green Carp, and Donkey SB250, renaming it to Turtle Devil. This time it was successful. The mass of flesh on the ground instantly turned into a huge tortoise. Fang Mo tested it, and although the mass of flesh had become the Turtle Devil, it retained the memories of the Broom Devil. Now, even it was completely confused, not understanding what Fang Mo had done to it. It tried to use its abilities, only to find that it now had the Turtle Devil's powers. Fang Mo thought for a moment, then commanded Steve to spit out the Turtle Devil. However, there was disappointment. Steve spat out nothing, as if the other party had already disappeared. Great, I'm gradually understanding everything. After understanding the clever use of the naming tag, Fang Mo cheered. It seemed that all he needed to do was find the mating devil, eat it to vacate its authority, then defeat Makima and name it as the sex devil. That would do it. Makima would live forever as the sex devil. And her authority would be reincarnated in hell, eventually becoming Naruto. Thinking of Makima's golden ring eyes turning into pink heart eyes, Fang Mo couldn't help but want to laugh. The transformation of a devil into a succubus was too interesting. He didn't want to sleep in the first place. And now he was even more excited and couldn't sleep. So, Fang Mo tested some other uses of the naming tag. For example, he tried renaming a devil to Nuclear Bomb Devil to see if he could stir up more fun. However, when Steve right-clicked the Turtle Devil with the naming tag, an error popped up in Fang Mo's mind, indicating a naming failure. This was unexpected for Fang Mo. He ate the turtle, and named other devils as turtle worked. But Chainsaw ate the nuclear bomb, and naming other devils as nuclear bomb didn't work. This was utterly baffling. Fang Mo spent the whole night on this and still didn't figure it out. Considering that Hayakawa Aki and others were already waiting for him at the training ground, Fang Mo didn't continue to obsess over it. After having breakfast, he left the villa to continue dominating the members of the 4th Special Division. Since they had been beaten all day yesterday, the members of the 4th Special Division had already learned to cooperate as a team. The Violence Devil and Hayakawa Aki are responsible for the frontal assault, while the Angel Devil maintains air superiority, and the Shark Devil launches sneak attacks. Kobani is in charge of acting cute and crying, which altogether forms a rather well-coordinated team. However, even with their coordination, they are clearly no match for Fang Mo. Fang Mo didn't even need to fire beams, he simply threw a few light bombs, causing them to doubt their own existence. Now, everyone can only last about half an hour before being blown away. Afterwards, the devils lie down and drink blood, while Hayakawa Aki and Kobani receive Fang Mo's treatment. Unlike the others, Hayakawa Aki also spends this time learning some basic ninja techniques. For basic exercises like walking on water and climbing trees, Fang Mo is too lazy to teach and simply tells him to practice at home. Currently, he is teaching Hayakawa Aki the triple body technique and other more practical ninja techniques like the shadow clone jutsu. The focus is on mastering the basics, otherwise, teaching him any forbidden techniques is pointless. Alright, get up. Your rest time is over. After waiting a bit, Fang Mo directly pulled the Divine Doctor sword from Hayakawa Aki's body, then clapped his hands, begin the 4th round of combat training. As usual, the first one to fall will. Before Fang Mo could finish his sentence, a sudden sound of footsteps came from a distance. It looks like you are also training. Fang Mo turned his head and saw that the newcomer was Kishive, who was casually drinking. I was specifically asked to come here early. If there isn't something extremely urgent, I will be angry. Don't worry, this is definitely a big deal. Fang Mo was straightforward, smiling as he revealed his intention, help me find a devil, otherwise I'll go mad and destroy the world right here. What kind of devil? Kishive ignored the latter part of Fang Mo's statement and asked directly. The sex devil. Fang Mo said seriously. Even Kishive seemed unable to comprehend Fang Mo's train of thought for a moment, showing a surprised expression, and it took him a while to regain his composure and ask, what do you need this devil for? Talking about anything else is pointless. Fang Mo happily pointed downwards, showing a knowing expression that men would understand. Chapter 364, Chapter 361, mighty fire extinguisher. Upon hearing Fang Mo's statement, Kishive also fell into deep silence. Actually, according to his long-held view, those with peculiar and bizarre thought processes are most suited to be devil hunters. This is because devils simply cannot be understood with normal thinking, hence they cannot be countered with their usual tricks. But it was only now that Kishive truly realized the theory he had formulated was equally effective against devils. In his many years of practice, it was his first time encountering a devil with such an outlandish and bizarre way of thinking. Today the devil schemes against Hayakawa Aki, tomorrow it teases Makima, and the day after it seeks some sex devil. Kishive feels that all these behaviors of the devil are utterly chaotic, without any discernible purpose. And because of this, others simply cannot fathom what Fang Mo is really thinking. Naturally, they cannot counter him with the usual tactics. All right, I understand. After a long silence, Kishive finally spoke slowly, but I have been recently training Denji in power. If I help you find that thing, I won't have much time left. That's easy. Fang Mo smiled directly, just leave them to me. It doesn't matter even with the two of them added, it's a good opportunity to train the team's cooperative abilities. Is that so? Kishive's face showed no expression, he just nodded, then I'll leave them to you. After saying this, he turned and left immediately. Boss. Just as Kishive had left, the violence devil slowly walked over from a distance. Who was that just now? He seems like a tough character. That guy is called Kishive, apparently a former instructor of the Special Division, one of the world's strongest devil hunters. Fang Mo explained briefly, then clapped his hands. All right, enough with the questions, let's get ready for the next round, I'm about to shoot. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Mo already raised his hand. He shaped his hand into a gun and aimed it at the absent-minded angel devil not far away. A dazzling white light quickly lit up at his fingertips. You bastard, don't always shoot in my direction every time. The angel devil instinctively stepped back upon seeing this, panic flickering in her sapphire-like big eyes. Damn it, you just can't stand to see others slacking off, can you? I'll shoot to obliterate. However, Fang Mo didn't care about this and activated his power. Take this, the destructive spray of white light. As he spoke, a massive beam of white light burst out instantly. The angel devil, not new to such attacks, jumped fiercely, spread her wings, and narrowly dodged the giant beam. But before the angel devil could catch her breath, a second light cannon followed closely. The angel devil's pupil shrank, and she immediately flapped her wings to dodge to the side. However, the interval between the two light cannons was too short. Despite her efforts, her wings and left arm were still hit. She uncontrollably crashed to the ground. Seeing this from a distance, Fang Mo immediately prepared to fire a third light cannon. But fortunately, thanks to previous special training, the members of the 4th Special Division had developed a sense of camaraderie. As the angel devil was being attacked, they started to take action. Go for it. Touching him means winning. The violence devil shouted, then threw a punch from below upwards. Meanwhile, the shark devil leapt from behind and bit Fang Mo's calf. Even Kobani, crying, threw the kitchen knife in her hand. But as it turned out, no matter how clever the coordination, it was useless against overwhelming firepower. Fang Mo shouted everyone is doomed, and with a few blows, sent them flying. At the moment the devils were blasted away, 3 Hayakawa Akis suddenly rushed from different directions. Fang Mo waved his hand casually, and the 3 shadow clones were blown into a mist. He then quickly pointed his finger, blasting the real Hayakawa Aki hiding in a hole and the angel devil trying to sneak attack with a weapon. Weak. After dealing with everyone, Fang Mo stood with his hands on his hips. Is this all you've got and you still want to serve in the special division? Boss, you're too strong, the fallen violence devil couldn't help but say. What kind of devil are you, boss? How can you be so strong? This is just unbeatable, okay? It's just the way it is. The shark devil with his teeth shattered spoke with a slight whistle, showing a hesitant expression. The root of happiness, the happy devil. The root of happiness, happy devil, indeed. Fang Mo smiled after hearing this. You're right, I am indeed the legendary happy devil of the root, the embodiment of all happiness in the world. Even beating you brings me joy. This is what I call percussive joy. Everyone didn't know what to say after hearing this. But at this moment, the sound of footsteps approached from a distance again. A few people reluctantly turned their heads to see. and found that the arrivals were Denji in casual clothes, and the Blood Devil, Power. How tragic! Power, seeing the terrible state of everyone on the ground, also began to shrink back, feels even more ruthless than that old man. No, I need to find a way to escape. Don't you dare escape! Denji also spoke up upon hearing this, didn't the master say? Fang Mo's special training will let us kill that gun bastard. Miss Makima promised me a favor if I kill the gun bastard. I am super motivated right now. You seem really fired up, Denji. Fang Mo looked up at Denji and raised a finger, then let me give you a welcoming gift. Catch it. Oh. Denji immediately opened his arms. Idiot. Hayakawa Aki, lying on the ground, yelled out, get out of the way. But it was a bit too late. A ping-pong ball-sized orb of light flew over like lightning, and with a loud bang, half of Denji's head was gone, and he collapsed on the ground with a thud. This is today's first lesson. Fang Mo said with a smile, prey should not trust the words of a hunter. In any case, with the addition of Denji and Power, the 4th Special Division team indeed lasted a longer time. Fang Mo was very satisfied with the results and happily increased the training intensity for everyone. Initially, it was only as intense as a shooting game, but it eventually turned into a bullet hell game. Even the terrain near the training ground had turned into a vast basin. Under this hellish special training, the members of the 4th Special Division indeed made significant progress. In just under a week, their reflexes, anticipatory awareness, dodging abilities, and the level of understanding among each other had improved markedly. Even Kobani, the weakest among them, could now instinctively dodge bullets. Although she couldn't always avoid them, as a pure human, her achievement was impressive, at least there was no need to worry about her being killed by AoE attacks. Unfortunately, this good time didn't last long. Just as everyone was starting to build friendships, Makima sent a message indicating that the reorganization of the 4th Division was almost complete, so the special training had to be paused temporarily. Of course, there was no choice in this matter, as all departments of the Special Division had been shut down during this period. The devil hunting requests submitted by civilian devil hunters were piling up, and these devils were very tricky. The civilian devil hunters, being mere mortals, couldn't handle them, so they had to wait for the devilic public security to send someone. Another issue was that the devils had been drinking blood due to injuries sustained during training, leading to a blood shortage. Currently, Tokyo's blood banks are completely empty. Although the police department had ordered other cities to transport blood resources and encouraged the citizens of Japan to donate blood enthusiastically, it was clear that this would take some time. Therefore, the hellish special training had to be suspended for a while. Soon after, the members of the 4th Special Division were all mobilized. Hayakawa Aki teamed up with the Angel Devil, Denji, and Power, Kobani and the Violence Devil, each forming teams and beginning to hunt devils in their respective areas frantically. As for the Shark Devil, who was left out, it was supposed to team up with the Spider Devil, but it seemed to have been frightened by Fang Mo's earlier attack and was now mentally unstable, receiving treatment, so it couldn't join the mission. This was unavoidable, but Hayakawa Aki, who had been making rapid progress in ninjutsu, created a shadow clone to team up with the Shark Devil. This served as both a way to accumulate combat experience and a 2-for-1 solution. Thanks to the previous hellish training, all members of the 4th Special Division had significantly improved. The most notable improvement was the efficiency with which these individuals hunted devils. In just a few days, they had eradicated all the slightly stronger devils in Tokyo. And with everyone out hunting devils, Fang Mo had some free time. He had some tasks to do. The day after everyone left, Makima approached Fang Mo, asking him to cooperate with the police department to deal with the mastermind behind a previous shooting case, a local gang, as possessing firearms caused great panic among local citizens and could easily strengthen the power of the gun devil. In the original story, this task was assigned to the entire 4th Special Division. But now, probably influenced by Fang Mo, this matter inexplicably fell upon him. Fang Mo really lived up to Makima's expectations, directly borrowing a shadow clone from Hayakawa Aki to arrive at the Mafia headquarters, a very large modern skyscraper. It is said that all the Mafias are hidden here. There was no persuasion to surrender, nor any storming in to unleash a massacre. In front of Hayakawa Aki, Fang Mo put his hands together and released a mighty fire extinguisher. Like a sea of flames, it surged out, destroying everything in its path, be it reinforced concrete or the Mafia members hiding inside. All were obliterated in this towering inferno, turning into a wisp of dust. How awesome is your brother Fang? After burning the building to ashes, Fango proudly asked Hayakawa Aki. This is... Hayakawa Aki was clearly stunned by this power, staring blankly at the sea of ashes ahead. What kind of ninjutsu is this? This is the ninjutsu I liked to use the most when I was burning boilers for the Führer back in the day. It saved him countless billions in gas expenses, Fango explained with a smile. I would like to call it Mighty Fire Extinguisher. Teach me. Hayakawa Aki said earnestly. Chapter 365, Chapter 362, Something's wrong with Denji? Although it was somewhat different from the psychological expectations of the superiors. Fango's bold move to extinguish the fire did indeed eradicate the gang members lurking in Tokyo's underworld. The police forces involved in this operation were quickly subjected to a gag order, which was unavoidable. After all, the instantaneous destruction of a building was too outrageous, and strictly speaking, it was equivalent to the use of a weapon of mass destruction. If word got out, it would easily attract the attention of other powers. The official statement to the public was that these gang members had been completely corrupted by Zombie Devil. If not stopped immediately, these zombies could easily escape and infect other people, so a large amount of explosives was used for demolition. Makima seemed to be very troubled by this incident. There was continuous wrangling with the higher UPS. Fango, as a result of this incident, was also ordered not to participate in the general operations of the special division anymore. Of course, this was not house arrest. On the contrary, his salary was increased tenfold by the higher UPS, and he was told he could move freely as long as he did not continue to participate in the operations of the special division. This was somewhat like trying to keep him as a hidden ace up their sleeve. In fact, if Fango made an effort, he estimated he could even receive treatment similar to Makima's. That is, to establish another special force division similar to the special division. The cabinet could use him to counterbalance Makima. However, unlike Makima, Fango had absolutely no interest in such dirty political games. He even worried that after seeing these greedy and corrupt officials, he might not be able to resist capturing them and taking them to the planet Ego for oil refining. This was precisely why Fango suddenly found himself with free time. Nowadays, everyone in the 4th Special Division was busy killing devils, Makima was busy dealing with the higher UPS, and Kishive had gone off to find his own sex devil, leaving Fango seemingly the only idle person in the world. Fango felt that this kind of life was quite nice. Spending all day with Ashwet, cooped up in a villa watching movies, and eating gourmet food. At night, when everyone else was asleep, he would take out some MC items and try to materialize them. During this period, Fango tested a lot of MC items, like the Blaze Rod, Nether Rack, Shulker Shell, Mycelium and the negative enchantment books removed from the Dragon Egg Pickaxe, among other things, and then he would use these items to play tricks on Hayakawa Aki. In addition, Fango also materialized 2 equivalent exchange items, namely the Eye of Mercury, which he had been hesitant to use, and the portable transmutation table. However, as Fango expected, these 2 items were not very useful after being materialized. After the Eye of Mercury materialized, it turned into a silver eyeball with a bizarre shape. Fango tried holding it in his hand, and unexpectedly, it zipped into his left eye socket, startling him. He hurriedly checked in the mirror and found, to his relief, that his eye was still black and had not changed color. As for the other item, the portable transformation table, it was even more astounding. It was simply a stone slab, but it was engraved with a beautifully intricate circular pentagram. These 2 items had just been materialized. No matter how Fango tested them, they showed no reaction at all. Eventually, out of options, Fango considered giving up and was ready to toss the transformation table into his storage space to gather dust. However, just as Fango was about to stuff the table into his head, he accidentally touched the Eye of Mercury. The table suddenly lit up and then turned into a pile of dust, while the circular pentagram transferred into Fango's left eye. Only at this moment did a flicker of understanding arise in Fango's mind. The function of the Eye of Mercury slowly emerged in his thoughts. With the training array on the transformation table and the Eye of Mercury, Fango felt as if he had vaguely grasped a sort of alchemy, not the kind in Minecraft, but rather the concept from Full Metal Alchemist: understanding, decomposing, and reconstructing. Scientifically speaking, it was an ability to modify the microscopic world. The number of protons and neutrons inside the atomic nucleus, the number of electrons around the nucleus, the arrangement of atoms and molecules, these were powers only a creator could possess, capable of turning dirt into gold, a true divine skill. This ability sounded incredible, like a deus ex machina given by an author in the later stages of a book to wrap up the story. But in reality, only Fango himself knew how useless and disappointing this ability was. Firstly, to activate this alchemical process, one must adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange, understand, decompose, then reconstruct and shape. Fango casually tried to understand a small piece of gold he held in his hand. Soon, he couldn't help but laugh. It was hilarious, he couldn't understand it at all. Let alone decompose and reconstruct, he couldn't even grasp the understanding of its composition. It was like putting a droplet in front of a nerd who had never read the Three-Body Problem series, without giving any instructions or even telling him what it was, or even providing a remote control, and then telling him to go destroy the world. That was the situation Fango was in now. He didn't even have the means to observe the microscopic world, and yet he was expected to understand its composition. How could he understand? With maternal love? Fortunately, when the Eye of Mercury was not in use, the internal training array would not reveal itself, otherwise Fango might have even wanted to gouge out his eye. As for now, let's just leave it to gather dust in the eye socket. Wait until the day I dig up the book of the era of the Full Metal Alchemist, then it would be just the right time to go and learn alchemy. By then, it should be usable. And after the realization of the equivalent exchange artifact. Time quickly passed, almost half a month. Fango initially quite enjoyed this peaceful and leisurely atmosphere, spending his days idly and teaching Hayakawa Aki ninjutsu at night, which was extremely satisfying. But soon, he began to feel uncomfortable. How to describe this feeling? It's like having bugs crawling all over one's body. Fango briefly summarized his feelings, suspecting that it might be a reaction to amusement withdrawal. In other words, having not sought amusement for too long, he was getting restless and needed to organize a huge event for everyone. And it was at this time that he heard a very important piece of information. It was when Fango was teaching Hayakawa Aki ninjutsu. Usually, when Fango taught Hayakawa Aki ninjutsu, Denji and Power would watch the entire process. After Hayakawa Aki produced a fireball or earth ball, they would clap and cheer like watching a circus. But just tonight, Fango seemed to have not seen Denji's figure. Where's Denji? Fango looked at the mini-map and found that Denji's chibi avatar was not there. He wouldn't have gone to a hotel with Makima, would he? Can't you stop having such a bias against Miss Makima? Hayakawa Aki, while struggling to form hand seals, explained, she's been very busy lately. After the merger of all the departments of the special division, Miss Makima has a lot of things to handle, and she also has to clean up the mess you left behind. What? How can that be called a mess? Fango immediately responded, wasn't it her who asked me to exterminate the gang? I completed the task so well, not letting any criminal escape. And you wanted to learn this magic before, right? Don't you want to find a building and burn them to ashes? Only you would. Hayakawa Aki said with a dark face, I mastered this power to deal with the gun devil, I would never kill the innocent recklessly. Oh, is that so? Fango also smiled upon hearing this gang seems to be associated with the previous Snake Woman and Katana Man. Himeno died because of them, you know. Upon hearing this, Hayakawa Aki instantly fell into silence. Although Hayakawa Aki had recently started to pick himself up, it was certain that he couldn't easily forget about Himeno. With this silence, the entire room's atmosphere immediately became oppressive. Seeing this, Power, who was nearby, probably wanted to lighten the mood, so she took the initiative to start speaking. Speaking of Denji, he's been acting a bit odd lately. Power was currently sitting cross-legged on the floor, muttering while holding a cat in her arms, when he's teaming up with me lately, he's always distracted, and there's also a strange smell on him, which I find baffling. Could it be another woman? Fango suddenly asked. Ah! Power reacted immediately upon hearing this, slapping her thigh and saying, right. This guy must have another woman. Can you two stop messing around? Hayakawa Aki, seeing this, also let out a deep sigh and silently lit a cigarette for himself. Denji, that guy, really likes Miss Makima, and with his brain, how could he possibly have another woman? That's not necessarily true. Hearing this, Fango immediately showed a meaningful smile, I know best what those brats are like. They say things like they will always like you and vote for you alone, but the next second, if they see someone pretty, they immediately turn around and call her wife. Denji is not that kind of person. Hayakawa Aki took a drag of his cigarette, thought for a moment, and then added, of course, I don't believe in Denji, I just believe in Miss Makima's charm. Is that what you think? Seeing this, Fang Mo also laughed. Alright then, how about we make a bet? A bet on what? Hayakawa Aki asked. Just bet whether Denji has someone else in his heart. Fang Mo said cheerfully, if you win, I'll teach you the Flying Thunder God technique. If you lose, you go and raid the angel devil at night. Are you crazy? Upon hearing this, Hayakawa Aki immediately retorted, that guy angel, as soon as he is touched, will absorb humans. Ah yes, I understand. Fang Mo interrupted him with a laugh before he could finish, just like that, they are absorbed in a snap, very quickly. But you can wear. Shut up, I refuse. Hayakawa Aki almost choked on his cigarette butt. You devil, what on earth do you think about all day? Of course, I think about happy things. Fang Mo spread his hands, and just as Hayakawa Aki was about to explode, his expression suddenly became serious. Alright, no more joking, I suspect there might indeed be a problem with Denji's side. For safety, let's go find him together. Chapter 366, Chapter 363, Denji and Reze swimming naked. Late at night, inside a certain school in Tokyo. 3 sneaky figures slowly appeared in the corridor. Since it was already late at night, the students had long gone home, and unlike other places, this campus had no staff on duty at night. Therefore, in contrast to the daytime bustle, the darkened school building seemed particularly silent and even eerily strange at night. Isn't it? Are you sure Denji would be in a place like this? Walking at the back, Hayakawa Aki couldn't help but say, I have to work tomorrow, I don't have much time to mess around with you. You're an idiot, just send your shadow clone to work. As Fang Mo walked forward, he replied to Hayakawa Aki, did you learn ninjutsu just to serve your boss? If I learned ninjutsu, the first thing I'd do is kill the boss. So why do you have such a big problem with Miss Makima? Hayakawa Aki, holding his forehead, said, she's been really good to you, right? She even covered up the big mess you made. That's just self-preservation. Fang Mo said, if those higher UPS dare lay a hand on me, I'll blow a hole through Mount Fuji with my firecrackers, and let you all get a warm taste of it. You devil! Hayakawa Aki bit his teeth after hearing this. Shush, keep it down. Fang Mo raised his hand, I think I just heard Denji's voice. Hayakawa Aki took a deep breath and didn't continue speaking. Anyway, the 3 continued walking slowly forward. When they reached the 5th floor, Hayakawa Aki seemed to hear some noises, sounding like a man and a woman. His brows furrowed instantly. He didn't recognize the woman's voice. But the man's voice was clearly Denji's. This meant that Denji was indeed with a woman, as Fang Mo had said. Thinking of this, Hayakawa Aki's heart immediately felt annoyed. This kid dared to betray Miss Makima. It seemed he had misjudged him, he was just a lecherous fool with a brain full of crap. Following the direction of the sound, they quickly arrived at the stairs leading to the rooftop. Through the metal door, faint sounds of water and frolicking could be heard from outside, as if 2 people were playing in water. Hearing this, Hayakawa Aki actually felt a sense of relief. He even found his own mindset a bit strange. How to put it, at least conversation was better than panting, right? As Hayakawa Aki was thinking this, Fang Mo also turned his head like a devil. Do you want to eavesdrop? Fang Mo chuckled mischievously, listen to what Denji and that woman are saying. Hayakawa Aki fell silent for a moment, but before he could make any decision, power suddenly couldn't hold back anymore and rushed over with a flying kick. Despicable stinking woman. Denji belongs to me. Before Hayakawa Aki could stop her. Bang! The door was kicked open by her. Hayakawa Aki wiped his face helplessly, knowing that since power had already acted, hiding was pointless. So, he slowly walked out too. But when he reached the rooftop, he was stunned. The school's facilities were impressive. On the top of the teaching building, there was a swimming pool. Bathed in the bright moonlight, Hayakawa Aki could see a man and a woman in the pool. The man was clearly Denji, and the woman was a black-haired, blue-eyed girl, probably mixed race, wearing a collar-like accessory and looking quite cute. But this was not the most critical point. The key issue was that both of them were naked. Not just undressed in the traditional sense, but completely naked, with their clothes lying not far from the door. Frankly, Hayakawa Aki was dumbfounded. Swimming naked on the school rooftop in the middle of the night? What was this about? Wow, awesome! Seeing this, Fang Mo immediately got excited, patted Hayakawa Aki on the shoulder. You Japanese sure know how to have fun. What's this called again, a pool party series? Hayakawa Aki didn't even want to speak anymore, just holding his forehead. Ah! Only at this moment did the girl finally react, letting out a shy yell and then sinking into the water with her hands covering her chest. Hey, hey, what are you doing here? Denji turned around and saw the three of them, seeming a bit displeased. Can't you leave me some personal space? You should put on your clothes before you talk. Hayakawa Aki, with a dark face, kicked the clothes towards Denji. His mood was indeed very bad. Seeing Denji not devoted to Makima, he felt even worse than if he had been heartbroken. TL, ain't no way. And as if reflecting his mood, a thunderbolt suddenly streaked across the sky, followed by a torrential downpour. To avoid the rain, and also to avoid suspicion, Hayakawa Akio immediately turned and returned to the teaching building, while Fang Mo, having found this amusing, also left contentedly with power. After a while, drenched, Denji pulled the girl and ran back. The girl here, though a bit shy, took the initiative to ask, "Excuse me, are you colleagues?" Denji replied irritably, "The one with the braids is Hayakawa Aki, the one with horns on his head is my partner Power, and the last one, he is my big brother, a special technical consultant for the special division, Makima, a very kind person to me." Devil hunters, right? The girl seemed a bit resistant, pursing her lips before speaking softly, "Hello, my name is Reze, I am a friend of Denji. I think she's more like a girlfriend." Fang Mo burst into laughter. "Reze, hey? Well, she seems like a good girl, a good kid. What are you talking about, big brother?" Hearing this, Denji seemed a bit embarrassed, speaking evasively, "We are really just friends, at least for now, right? Denji, didn't you say you liked Miss Makima?" At this moment, Hayakawa Aki couldn't hold back and directly asked, "I remember you went to the movies with Miss Makima a few days ago, right?" Ah! Mentioning Makima, Denji also seemed a bit flustered. This is Miss Makima." Reze blinked in confusion, then turned to Denji and asked, "Denji, who is Miss Makima? Your girlfriend?" "No, she's not." Denji hurriedly defended himself, "Well, at least not now." "How cunning, Denji, you actually liked someone else." Reze's expression looked a bit wronged, like a small, injured young animal. "In that case, you could have told me earlier." Ah! Denji held his head and let out a meaningless cry, feeling completely numb. Indeed, he did have feelings for Makima, willingly acting like a dog for her. But after spending a few days with Reze, he experienced something entirely new. This feeling was different from being someone's dog. Denji himself couldn't articulate it, but he just felt extremely happy. Now, when Denji closed his eyes, on his left was Makima, smiling gently at him, and on his right was Reze, shyly and timidly looking at him. Originally, Denji never went to school and had little education. He couldn't comprehend any profound truths. Now, having fallen for two women at once, he felt like his CPU was burning out, completely clueless about what to do. What should I do? Fang Mo, brother. In the end, Denji chose to give up thinking and directly sought help. "You're experienced in love, right? What's going on with me now? Please help me. You've asked the right person." Upon hearing this, Fang Mo immediately became interested. "This kind of thing is my specialty, come, let me explain it to you." Seeing this scene, Hayakawa Aki immediately began to feel a headache. He had almost figured out the pattern. Whenever Fang Mo showed a genuine smile, it definitely meant trouble. Clearly, he was preparing to set someone up again. "Let me ask you." Fang Mo, unaware of how Hayakawa Aki viewed him, cheerfully began, "When you close your eyes now, do you see two people in your mind, and you can't bear to see either of them hurt?" "Yes." Denji looked at Fang Mo in surprise. "You can tell, brother, you're amazing. If it were about women, I might not have any good advice to give, but we men have a natural advantage in this area." Fang Mo smiled and extended a finger, saying, "This actually follows the same principle as impulsive shopping. The solution is quite simple, which is to guide it out. Once you've guided it out and entered the sage time, think carefully about who you really want to be with. This is about using sexual impulsiveness to solve the issue of consumer impulsiveness. It works well in our current situation too. Ah! This. Denji seemed stunned after hearing this. Of course, Fang Mo added with a smile, I don't recommend trying this in a supermarket, mainly because it's easy to get chased out by security. That's so lewd. Power, who was nearby, blurted out directly after hearing this, men are really lewd, aren't they? Even Hayakawa Aki couldn't help but smack his forehead hard. Saying such things in front of girls was indeed too much. What in the world was going on in this devil's mind? However, what surprised everyone was that Denji actually pondered it seriously for a moment before realizing, bro, this seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? That. Just then, Reze seemed unable to hold back any longer, her entire face flushed red, I need to use the restroom, please excuse me. With that, she let go of Denji and turned to run towards the distance. Ah, Reze. Denji wanted to retain her, but Hayakawa Aki couldn't stand it anymore and said with a dark face, let her go, this topic isn't suitable for girls to hear. I'm also going to use the restroom. As soon as Hayakawa Aki finished speaking, Fang Mo suddenly stood up and walked in Reze's direction. Everyone was stunned, but soon Fang Mo suddenly turned to Hayakawa Aki and said, by the way, keep an eye on Denji and enlighten him quickly. I'm out. You jerk. Hayakawa Aki couldn't help but shout, don't go harassing girls anymore. And why should I keep an eye on Denji? Just use your brain, will you? Fang Mo didn't stop, continuing to speak as he walked, do you think I taught you transformation and shadow clone techniques just to help you defeat the gun devil? Kish, I've told you long ago that only those with unusual ways of thinking can become the strongest devil hunters. Remember how Angel Devil looks now. Do you still think the triple body technique is only for fighting? You damned devil! I'll kill you! Chapter 367, Chapter 364, Lady Bomb. Compared to Denji, Fang Mo was somewhat more interested in Reze. However, this is not to say that Reze was Fang Mo's type. Although she was indeed cute, her personality didn't quite match Fang Mo's wavelength. His interest in her was solely due to her unique identity. Yes, this girl was no ordinary girl. She was a kin of Denji, a special existence with both a devil's heart and a human body. If Fang Mo remembered correctly, Reze seemed to be a spy trained by the Soviet Union, part of some guinea pig project. They threw a bunch of kids into a lab and experimented on them crazily, eventually creating a terrifying warrior. The Soviets had transplanted the heart of a bomb devil into Reze, and the trigger device was located on her neck. At first glance, it looked like she was wearing a decorative collar, which suited the fetish of some people, but in reality, she was like Denji pull the ring, and she would instantly transform. The only difference was that Denji transformed into a chainsaw devil, while she turned into a bomb devil. This was different from the long, hot-blooded, mainstream stories like Dead Sea of Fire. Due to the author's poor mental health, the main storyline of Chainsaw Man wasn't very long. Because of the short length of the main storyline, Fang Mo remembered it very clearly, including the Reze arc. Initially, Reze, as a Soviet spy, secretly infiltrated Japan to complete her mission, to take the heart of Chainsaw back to the Soviet Union. To achieve this goal, she gradually got closer to Denji. But unexpectedly, Reze found that Denji's experiences were strikingly similar to her own. She was taken for human experiments at a very young age and, after enduring cruel trials, had always been executing various dangerous missions for the Soviet Union, never having attended school. Denji, on the other hand, was taken by a gang to pay off debts at a young age, sold a lot of organs in his body, and eventually died tragically. He was fortunately resurrected in the form of Chainsaw Man but was recruited by the devil hunting public security and lived a life on the edge of a knife, hunting dangerous devils at the age of 16, and likewise, never attended school. Perhaps it was their similar experiences. Or maybe it was Denji's unconventional personality. It could also be because they both shared the unique identity of being devil humans. Reze's heart resonated with Denji, and she suddenly lost the will to continue. She no longer wanted to be a tool for the Soviet Union and felt the urge to escape from here with Denji. However, unfortunately, Makima's dog training ability was much stronger than that of the Soviets. Reze indeed wanted to turn against them with Denji, but he had no desire to leave. After realizing this, her impulse faded, and she decided to complete her mission instead, attacking Denji. Unexpectedly, she was defeated by Denji exploiting her weakness. But Denji didn't kill her. Instead, he let her go and agreed to meet again at a cafe. At first, Reze had no intention of paying any attention to him. Now, with her mission failed, she must escape immediately, or else her life would be in danger. However, she eventually couldn't resist and admitted to herself that she indeed liked Denji. Thinking to see Denji one last time, she was discovered by Makima on her way to the cafe and was stabbed to death with a spear thrown by the other party. The above is pretty much the entire story of the Reze chapter. It's a bit stream of consciousness, a bit unresolved, and also has a bit of the typical madness characteristic of Fujimoto Tatsuki. Fango quite likes Reze. Just as he likes Hayakawa Aki and Himeno. He is the Lord of Dimensions, the only true god in the MC world, not some reincarnator, nor does he need to struggle for survival in various worlds. Now walking among the myriad worlds, his only goal is to find amusement. For tragic characters in the original story like Reze and Hayakawa Aki, if he likes them, he would help them casually. Of course, as for those Fango dislikes, he naturally would not show mercy. Like the guy Fango is about to meet. As mentioned before, Reze used the excuse of going to the bathroom to leave the group, but obviously, she didn't really want to go to the bathroom, she just wanted to hide and think about her next move. But just as she was walking and thinking, suddenly, footsteps sounded from the darkness nearby, followed by a figure slowly emerging. Denji-kun. Reze turned her head for a glance. Ah, yes. A strange man's voice came from the darkness. I'm Denji. Suddenly felt the urge to pee too, so I followed. However, just as he said this, a flash of lightning streaked outside. The pitch-black corridor was illuminated in an instant, and the figure hiding in the darkness was quickly revealed. It wasn't Denji at all, but a man holding a sharp knife. This guy looked like a murderer, bare-chested but wearing an old leather trench coat, with two very obvious knife scars on his face, his eyes rolling outward, and only a tuft of yellow long hair on his head. Just looking at this appearance, one could tell this guy was definitely not mentally stable. Let's pee together. The man, with a somewhat idiotic yet seemingly insane expression, said, come on, don't be shy, let's pee together. Reze seemed stunned too. However, before she could react, the man on the other side, with a neurotic lick of his sharp knife, then asked, do you know who you are? What? Reze was taken aback. Had her identity as a spy been exposed? I know who you are, said the man opposite her, rolling his eyes as he spoke to himself. You are the cheese, used to lure the mouse out of its hole. What are you talking about? Reze asked. Uncertain of the man's identity, Reze continued to feign ignorance and instinctively stepped back, pleading, please don't do this. What exactly do you want? Everyone has weaknesses, and I am very aware of that, the man said, his tone neurotic as he continued. I've killed a devil hunter from across the ocean in my line of work. He was a very cold and serious man, strong and skilled, having killed many devils. Everyone seemed to like him. But do you know how I killed him? How did you kill him? Reze inquired. I found the place that would make him bleed and cry, the man said, his expression changing as if he was enjoying the memory. I captured his wife and child, flayed their skin, showed it to him, and then he obediently let himself be killed by me. What? Reze was startled. It's your turn next. The man slowly raised the sharp knife in his hand. I'm going to peel off the skin on your face, gouge out your eyes, and show them to the chainsaw man, tricking him into thinking you're still alive. For some reason, everyone becomes obedient and can be killed easily. Reze, upon hearing this, suddenly showed a look of surprise. You. I only need your skin and eyes, the man said, preparing to rush towards her. As for your life, it's useless to me. But at that moment, suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder. Ah! The skinning man subconsciously turned his head for a glance, only to find an unfamiliar figure standing behind him, wearing a strange smile and staring at him. Reinforcements, hey! The skinning man didn't care and turned around with a knife strike, but you're too close. The sharp knife stabbed fiercely, but the next second a ding sound was heard. The skinning man felt as if his knife had struck stone. The knife, originally used for skinning, with its narrow and thin blade, now broke in half, with the broken tip spinning to the ground. The skinning man was stunned for a moment. However, in the next second, Fang Mo, on this side, had already started speaking with a smile, "Let's pee together." "What did you say?" The skinning man was momentarily confused. "Let's pee together." Fang Mo's face bore a smile, but in this dark corridor, his smile seemed somewhat sinister. "It's just me peeing, and as for you, you'll serve as the urinal." "Who are you?" The skinning man also realized something was off about this person. "Don't mind me, I'm just a passerby." Fang Mo responded with a benign smile, waving his hand, but in the next second, the smile on his face disappeared instantly. "Your guide to the underworld." The skinning man immediately thought of retaliating. But before he could react, a dark green giant sword pierced through his chest, nailing him firmly to the ground. "Oh!" The skinning man only felt a sharp pain in his chest and instinctively wanted to struggle, but an indescribable force was exerted on him, suppressing all his resistance. Not only could he not struggle, he couldn't even scream. "You're really lucky to have met me." Fang Mo's face showed a smile again, stepping directly on the skinning man's face. "Human life is fleeting, but not for you. In the name of the Lord of Eternal Hell, I grant you eternal life, but in return, everything about you will serve me." After saying this, Fang Mo raised his hand and threw out a small black object. "Eat it, Shag Goth." As Fang Mo's words fell, a rustling sound suddenly echoed in the dark corridor. The shadow on the ground came to life, skin, nails, eyes, something was gnawing at every corner of the man's body. Terrifying chewing sounds could be heard everywhere. "All right, dog food is served." Fang Mo clapped his hands, then slowly raised his head to look towards Reze not far away. "Now, it's time to have a talk with you." What should I call you? Reze? Or Bomb? Chapter 368, Chapter 365, I turn her into Christmas tree. Have I been discovered? Upon hearing the name Bomb, Reze also dropped her act. Technical consultant of the 4th Special Division, Fang Mo, who exactly are you? Foolish child, I am your long-lost father. Fang Mo said this with a serious face. Reze, after hearing this, didn't speak and silently placed her hand on the pull ring on her neck. Thinking of making a move now. Seeing this, Fang Mo also dropped his act, crossing his arms and saying, "Then you better think carefully, I am the most terrifying devil in the world. If you put your hand down now, I might just take you under my wing." Hat. Reze, seeing this, simply laughed and then forcefully tried to pull off the ring. But in the next second, Fang Mo's voice rang out again. So you've put your hand down, it seems you really do want to be my delighted devil's subordinate. Fang Mo said with a satisfied smile, as expected of Reze, indeed smarter than that Denji fellow. What? Reze was also startled upon hearing this. She instinctively looked at her arm, which had indeed been lowered. How is this possible? When did this happen? This is clearly something you did yourself, isn't it? At that moment, Fang Mo also began to act pretentiously nearby. I just saw you lower your hand with my own eyes, surely you've come to realize it, right? Knowing how terrifying it is to be my enemy. Reze didn't speak, but once again raised her hand to hook the ring. But the same thing happened. The next second, her arm was lowered again. Facing this situation twice, Reze began to feel nervous, a cold sweat instinctively ran down her forehead. This man in front of her was incredibly strange. You seem to be wavering, Reze. Fang Mo said with a smile, you seem intent on opposing me in spirit, but in reality, you lowered your hand. I know you're afraid, but don't be afraid just yet, I am quite friendly towards my subordinates. Upon hearing this, Reze, unwilling to believe, raised her hand again towards the pull ring. But, just like the previous times, unknowingly, her hand was lowered again. You have a very stubborn expression, Fang Mo remarked. Seeing this, it's as if you're desperately trying to prove yourself, but because of your immense fear, your arm unconsciously lowered. Your heart is the bomb devil, right? Before Reze could speak, Fang Mo continued with a smile, I must remind you that sometimes a devil's senses are much stronger than humans. Even if you want to fight, the devil inside you is already scared. Standing before you is the most primordial devil in this world, a being crowned with fundamental terror, the spreader of chaos and freedom, the fourth calamity of the multiverse. Listen, the devil inside you is crying, because it's desperately trying to stop you from going to your death. As Fang Mo spoke, the skinned man on the ground kept emitting painful groans. Shag Goth was chewing on him, making crunching sounds. This little one wasn't picky at all, happily eating everything from organs to bones. Thanks to the healing effect of the Divine Doctor's salvation sword, the skinned man simply couldn't die. As he was being devoured, he kept regenerating, and even screaming was impossible for him. He could only emit desperate groans from his throat, inadvertently making the atmosphere even more terrifying. Reze didn't speak, but her expression clearly began to waver. You. After a long silence, Reze finally couldn't hold back and spoke, really a devil? Have you ever seen a human like me? Fang Mo asked with a smile, if humans were as awesome as me. By now, hell would probably have become a colony of various countries, right? Would the world still be in such a mess? Are you in league with Makima? Reze asked. If I were with her, your head would already be on her office desk. Fang Mo spread his hands. If I were a bit more serious, not just you, but all of Siberia would have been blown away. Reze was also stunned after hearing this. You are not with Makima? Then why are you working in the 4th Special Division? I have made a contract with a human. Fang Mo explained, to help him kill the Gun Devil. The Gun Devil is... I know the Gun Devil was killed by someone long ago. Fang Mo interrupted Reze's words, but let's not tell him about this brutal fact. At least for now his hatred is directed at the Gun Devil, and he still has something to pursue. Yes, this so-called Gun Devil was indeed shattered by someone. It had been destroyed 13 years ago, its body divided up by the world's major powers. Since this world did not have the concept of nuclear weapons, they instinctively used the body of the Gun Devil as a strategic level weapon. Whenever someone stepped out of line, they would pay the price to summon the Gun Devil to wreak havoc in that country. In this way, this thing indeed served the same purpose as nuclear weapons. This is also why these countries would outwardly ban guns, but secretly manufacture and circulate firearms, deepening people's fear of the Gun Devil, thus strengthening their own trump card. This was one of the reasons why Fang Mo despised this world. Since you are not with Makima. Reze thought for a while, and then finally said, can you let Denji-kun be mine? I should be the one asking you that question. Fang Mo looked at Reze and said, from the beginning until now, the expressions and character you show when with Denji must be all an act, right? Playing house with a 16-year-old boy from a foreign country as a spy. I personally find it hard to accept, but Denji probably can't tell, so I only have one question, do you want Denji's heart, or the chainsaw's heart? Reze seemed to fall silent for a moment. It depends on Denji-kun's choice. Stay with him if he listens to you. Fang Mo asked, and if he doesn't, you'll take his heart, right? At least I didn't lie to you. Reze said, this is Japan, Makima's territory. If Denji doesn't run away with me, he will eventually face danger. Rather than letting him die at the hands of others, I might as well take his heart. So it's like that, feels a bit yandere, doesn't it? After listening, Fang Mo nodded, indeed, it's the kind of character that my brother Kun would like. Well, okay, it's a fairly satisfactory explanation. However, young lady, the current situation here might be a bit beyond your imagination. With me looking after Denji, he is absolutely safe from danger. You're stronger than Makima? Reze asked. Do you know how strong Makima is? Fang Mo retorted. I don't know, Reze shook her head and said, but the organization warned me, saying Makima is very terrifying, and I can't possibly be her match. Before Reze could finish her sentence, Fang Mo suddenly raised his hand towards a direction. Hey! Reze was startled, but before she could react, a huge laser beam shot out from Fang Mo's hand, instantly piercing the wall of the school building, then diagonally crossing the playground and shooting towards the sky. Originally, the sky was shrouded in a pitch-black storm, but Fang Mo's strike blew the clouds away, instantly turning the night sky as bright as day, dazzling and brilliant. Soon the light faded, and the bizarre storm had disappeared, replaced by a clear night sky. While Reze was stunned, Fang Mo's voice rang out again. The energy contained in that strike of mine could destroy about 1/3 of Tokyo, Fang Mo said calmly. Believe me, I've really restrained myself. Reze felt somewhat dazed, only then understanding what he meant by terrifying. Although the beam wasn't directed at her, she still felt a suffocating sense of deadly intent. Just a brush from it would mean death, and being a devil fiend wouldn't help. she would simply be obliterated. What do you want me to do? After a brief silence, Reze couldn't help but ask. Do you even need to ask? Fango said, while already reaching out his hand towards Reze. Seeing this, Reze, as if resigned to her fate, closed her eyes. The gap in their strength was unimaginably vast, and resistance was pointless. However, the anticipated harm did not come. Instead, a warm and strong hand was placed on her head. Reze opened her eyes in surprise. When there's a chance, I'll let you go to school with Denji, Fango said with a smile on his face. But I still have some matters to handle right now. If you really like Denji, then stay and play with him, even playing house is fine. But my organization. Humans always overestimate themselves. Fango waved his hand indifferently, let them come if they want, I'm actually in need of some entertainment here. What do you think about me creating a 100-kilometer diameter poisonous potato and hurling it at Moscow? And Makima? Reze seemed to still be a bit hesitant. Don't worry about her, Fango said, rubbing Reze's head vigorously. When Christmas comes, I'll figure out a way to turn her into a Christmas tree, so don't be afraid of a tree, okay? The Christmas tree means, of course, stuffing it with gifts underneath. Fango withdrew his hand, smiling cheerfully, right, I remember that bells are usually hung on Christmas trees. I'll get her 2 Menulin bells and see whether the bells or her screams are louder. This. After hearing this, Reze's expression became incredibly weird, are you sure you're not joking? Hey, why would I joke about this? Upon hearing this, Fango immediately showed a sincere expression, I'm really keen on setting you up with Denji. Join the 4th Special Division. I'll talk to the higher UPS, and tomorrow the whole 4th Special Division will throw a welcome party for you. After the party, you'll all train together, and if you're tired, you'll just lie on the ground and drink blood to recover. Don't worry, our team atmosphere in the 4th Special Division is really good. Chapter 369, Chapter 366, Swimming Pool Made of Blood. Inside the Metropolitan Police Department's office, Makima frowned for the first time as she looked at the cheerful Fango in front of her. Although she had a premonition from the beginning when she first met him that Fango would likely be a troublesome individual, to be honest, she never expected him to give her such a headache. Initially, Makima completely regarded him as a pawn. But unfortunately, this guy had no awareness of being a pawn at all, he felt completely like an uncontrollable madman. Now, she couldn't even guess what was going on in his mind. If you say he wants to oppose her? He took over the special division, targeting the gun devil to help her train Denji and those devils. But if you say he isn't opposing her? He keeps causing trouble, having just burned down a gang's building not long ago. She hasn't even finished dealing with that mess, and now he's found a Soviet Union devil spy. Now, Makima is really conflicted. Should she find a way to deal with him, or continue to use him to achieve her goal? But as much as she thought about it, she didn't hesitate in her words. Consultant Fango, I have to remind you, Makima said, looking at the restless Reze nearby. This person is a spy trained by the Soviets. Even if she intends to surrender, it's very likely just a plan to infiltrate our ranks. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Fango waved his hand dismissively, Reze has already acknowledged me as her elder brother. She can't betray us, you can be assured of that. This kind of thing can't be confirmed with just a few words. Makima said, even if she wants to leave her previous organization and join the special division, this must first be reported to the cabinet minister. We have a special review agency, and I suggest sending her there for a review first. You bring the cabinet ministers here, I'll talk to them myself, Fango said directly. I have special negotiation skills, enough to make them surrender. But I must consider the other members of the special division. Makima said again, even if consultant Fango insists on this, I will not allow. Can you represent the cabinet ministers? Before Makima could finish her words, Fango interrupted her, do you believe that if I want to cooperate with other countries, these people would kneel down and thank me? In that case, consultant Fango would become an enemy of the Japanese government. Makima said. Enemy? You think you're worthy? Upon hearing this, Fango suddenly sneered, in that case, go and seek approval from the cabinet minister now, or make the decision yourself. Say to me immediately, I declare war on you. I guarantee that within 10 seconds, not a single soul will remain on this island, and this nation will cease to exist. That's quite an overt threat. So what if it is a threat? I am a devil, don't try to apply your human world's rules to me. Fang Mo didn't spare the other party, responding defiantly. Seeing Fang Mo's attitude, Makima fell silent. As for Reze, who was not far away, she felt as if she was sitting on pins and needles after hearing their conversation. The tension in their dialogue was palpable. Reze, having been trained as a spy in the Soviet Union, could tell that both were speaking earnestly without any pretense of acting. This meant that these two might actually start fighting. In fact, a terrifying aura of killing intent had already begun to pervade the air. However, in the next second, the heavy aura of killing intent vanished without a trace. Consultant Fang Mo, please don't be too angry with me. Suddenly, Makima smiled gently, I personally have no intention of opposing you. I hope Consultant Fang Mo can understand my position. After all, managing the entire special division is no easy task. I understand. Fang Mo nodded and said, I saw you were too tired, so I found you a good assistant. Reze is a devil fiend, just like Denji. If used well, she can not only solve Tokyo's security problems but also make a significant contribution to defeating the Gun Devil. Such a great teammate, how could you refuse? Then, I'll take her in for now. Makima thought for a moment and said, I'll try to speak well of little Reze, but what the cabinet ministers will think is beyond my control. You just agree. Fang Mo pointed to himself with his thumb and said, leave the thinking to daddy. Consultant Fang Mo still loves to joke. Makima smiled, it seems I'll be busy again soon. For now, take little Reze to meet the team. If the cabinet agrees, she'll have to start working soon. Oh, okay. Fang Mo didn't hesitate and called over to Reze, who was not far away, then let's go. After saying this, Fang Mo left without looking back. As for Makima, she quietly watched his retreating figure. After the recent conversation, she had made up her mind, indeed, she had to find a way to deal with this guy. This was not because Fang Mo was always confronting her. In fact, Makima had enough magnanimity to handle that, but this guy's influence was growing increasingly significant, even disrupting the script she had designed for Chainsaw Man. Originally, she wanted Chainsaw Man to become a hero. However, Fang Mo's actions had ruined her script in this regard. For example, with the Katana Devil and Sawatari Akane, she had intended for Chainsaw Man to handle them, but Fang Mo completely wrecked the carefully planned script. Chainsaw Man was shot dead and only resurrected much later, hardly resembling a hero. What was most frustrating was the investigation into Fang Mo had almost reached a deadlock. This guy had no identifiable identity, he was neither a devil nor a human, nor even a devil fiend. It was unclear what he was, he seemed to have appeared out of nowhere and was ridiculously strong. Makima wanted to resolve this trouble. But clearly, it wasn't the time for her to step in yet. After a bit of consideration, an idea came to her mind, it seemed she needed to accelerate her plans. Meanwhile, as Makima was troubled about how to deal with Fang Mo had already arrived at the training ground. As mentioned before, today was a rest day for the members of the Special Division, and everyone was supposed to rest. However, Fang Mo, abusing his authority and lacking moral integrity, dragged everyone here against their will. Ah, so sleepy. Denji yawned listlessly, what happened to the promised rest day? Working feels like being in prison. Angel Devil also looked dejected, finally, a chance to rest, and we get dragged here to be shot up by that guy. So annoying. Maybe we should just slack off and pretend to be dead. Get your spirits up. Unlike the others, Hayakawa Aki was earnest, don't waste an opportunity to improve your strength. Don't let down Miss Makima's trust. While everyone was chatting casually, suddenly footsteps were heard. Everyone's expression changed, and they immediately became alert. This was also one of the results of Fang Mo's training. In this training ground, he would attack without any warning to enhance their vigilance and prevent them from being ambushed. However, to everyone's surprise, this time Fang Mo didn't launch a sudden attack. Instead, he brought a girl who seemed a bit shy and timid. Seeing this, Angel Devil seemed a bit surprised, is this guy, a new colleague? The scent seems a bit strange. An ordinary human, very weak. The Shark Devil didn't sense anything amiss and bared his teeth, just like Kobani. Very weak. To be born human, I am sorry. Kobani bowed her head directly. What? What is this? However, unlike the others, Denji was stunned upon seeing the person. Reze? Why is it you? Yes, let me introduce. Fang Mo clapped his hands and said, this is Reze. Starting from today, she is a member of our 4th Special Division. Everyone can get to know her. So, is today a welcome party? Angel Devil, upon hearing this, also breathed a sigh of relief. That's great, no need for training. However, before he could finish speaking, Fang Mo's voice suddenly came from not far away. Alright, next, let Reze experience the daily routine of our 4th Special Division. I'm going to shoot explosively. Everyone had not even reacted yet. A shocking white light had already sprayed out from Fang Mo's fingertips. By the time Angel Devil reacted, it was too late to flap her wings to escape. In a hurry, she could only use her wings and arms to shield himself, but the next second, with a loud bang, a half-charred corpse fell to the ground. Angel Devil got roasted crispy while trying to slack off. Not far away, Fang Mo said while slowly moving his finger towards Hayakawa Aki, that's why I said, prey should not trust the words of the hunter. Hayakawa Aki reacted quickly and immediately used a substitution technique. The white light blasted past. Only a wooden stump was annihilated. Seeing this scene, the members of the 4th Special Division also reacted, each springing into action. The Shark Devil instantly submerged underground, while the Violence Devil and Power immediately charged forward. Kobani ran over to feed blood to Angel Devil, and Hayakawa Aki used ninjutsu to cover the others. Fang Mo raised his hand and threw out dozens of light bullets. Power quickly created a blood shield, but the next second both were blown away. Then, Fang Mo casually stepped on the ground, just as the Shark Devil emerged from underground, only to be stomped back down with a thud, instantly having the members of the 4th Special Division. Reze, standing beside Fang Mo, was already stunned. Do you guys always train like this? Reze asked incredulously, is this training or just one-sided abuse? How can you call this abuse? This is clearly training, alright. Fang Mo cheerfully patted Reze's shoulder, then, while she wasn't paying attention, he pulled the ring on her neck. Alright, now you join the intensive training. It's a good opportunity to teach Denji how to use his abilities. Before Reze could react, Fang Mo had already kicked her flying out. In midair, Reze's head suddenly exploded with a bang, and with the explosion's flash, her body also underwent a noticeable transformation. Just like after Denji's transformation, Reze's head disappeared, replaced by a torpedo-shaped bomb, which had a small slit at the bottom filled with tiny teeth. Moreover, her body became longer and more athletically beautiful, as if she had suddenly grown much larger. Some things resembling fuse cords were woven into a pair of long gloves, and then a high-slit cheongsam appeared on her body. However, this cheongsam was entirely made of fuse and detonators, which looked quite frightening just by appearance. Ah! Upon seeing this, the Shark Devil panicked and emerged from underground. Is she? Bomb! Are you really Reze? Even Denji seemed a bit stunned at this moment, his mind was still on last night's casual stroll with Reze at school. Although their moment was disrupted by the appearance of Hayakawa Aki and Power, Reze had later come back to explain to him that it was too late, and they would meet again at the cafe later. But before Denji could go to the cafe, Reze was somehow brought into the 4th Special Division and turned into a strangely shaped individual. Denji, let's leave the explanation for later. After transforming, Reze's personality also seemed to change slightly. For now, let's focus on the special training. Let me teach you our real way of fighting. As it turned out, in the presence of a common formidable enemy, team members quickly established trust and rapport. After being blown up by Fang Mo over 20 times, torn apart 7 times, slashed 3 times, and charred into ash over 70 times, the 4th Special Division quickly accepted Reze's joining. After all, she was a devil warrior trained by the former Soviet Union, with extraordinary combat capabilities. The opponent's attack was AoE damage, meaning that Fang Mo would definitely be hit if he just stood in place. Therefore, the special training was upgraded. Fang Mo's role changed from a stationary target to moving and shooting, which increased the difficulty by several hundred times, leaving everyone with no chance to resist. Fortunately, they weren't short on blood now. Although the blood bank from Tokyo had not been transferred over yet, Fang Mo thought of a clever trick. He first used stones to build a large pool nearby, then placed a cross in the middle of this pool and impaled the scarred man with the Divine Doctor sword on it, finally inserting hollow steel pipes into all of his arteries. Dissatisfied with the speed of the opponent's bleeding, Fang Mo drew the sword of time and stabbed it into the opponent's stomach. Now, the flow of time inside and outside the pool was different. To those outside, the scarred man seemed like a giant water pump, spewing blood outwards, visibly filling the pool at a visible rate. Fang Mo satisfactorily named it the swimming pool of Judah. Chapter 370, Chapter 367, A Call from Makima. Under the cordial hospitality of the scarred man, the recovery abilities of the members of the 4th Special Division have greatly improved. As a result, in just one day, the strength of these people has seen a very significant advancement. After the training ended, Fang Mo generously gave each person a sum of financial aid. Seeing the money, everyone felt much more balanced in their minds. The Violence Devil happily took Kobani and the Angel Devil to eat ice cream. Reze took Denji to a cafe, probably wanting to explain the cause and effect of this matter. In short, it wasn't long before all the members of the 4th Special Division had left, leaving only Fang Mo behind to clean up the battlefield. But when it comes to cleaning up the battlefield, Fang Mo simply lets Shag Goth out to clean up the flesh scraps, bones, and the remaining blood in the blood pools. It couldn't be helped. If these weren't cleaned up in this weather, the flesh and blood would soon start to smell bad, and then this place would probably become a paradise for maggots. Fang Mo really disliked those things and would avoid them if possible. Shag Goth's efficiency in cleaning the battlefield was very high. Fang Mo just stood there in a daze for a while, and it had already completed its task. Chirp! Shag Goth, as if seeking praise, approached Fang Mo's leg, chirped softly, and then extended a tentacle to point at its body, probably wanting a pat on the head. However, Fang Mo did not reach out, but instead touched his chin thoughtfully. Shag Goth, have you grown up? Indeed, this creature's diet had been excellent recently, so its size had also grown more than a little bit. When Fang Mo ate, he fed Shag Goth meat in groups, and strictly speaking, Shag Goth wasn't a carnivore. It ate vegetables, microorganisms, and even soil. After all this indiscriminate eating, coupled with an endless supply of skinners, this creature had indeed grown a lot in size. Initially, it was just a palm-sized black elastic gelatinous creature. But now, it had grown almost half a person tall, looking like an overturned large water tank at first glance. However, although it had grown quite a bit, Shag Goth didn't look scary. It could indeed materialize a bunch of eyes, mouths, and other organs, but Fang Mo didn't like that, so Shag Goth still maintained its most original appearance, which was a large lump of pure black elastic gelatinous creature. But the problem was, with its increased size, Fang Mo couldn't play with it in his hand anymore. Gee! Upon hearing Fang Mo's words, Shag Goth seemed a bit puzzled. Gee. Yes, I prefer smaller ones. Fang Mo smiled and nodded. If you could become a bit smaller, I might like you even more. After all, a tiny Shag Goth is very cute. Gee. After listening to Fang Mo's words, Shag Goth seemed to seriously contemplate this idea. Not long after, Shag Goth seemed to have thought of something and suddenly stretched out a tentacle towards Fang Mo, as if wanting to touch fingers with him. Fang Mo instinctively extended his finger. But as soon as his hand reached out, Shag Goth tentacle suddenly broke in the middle. The broken half of the tentacle quickly shrank to the size of a palm and then Pop jumped onto Fang Mo's hand. Gee! Gee! The Shag Goth that jumped onto Fang Mo's hand started calling out happily. Fang Mo was also stunned by this sight. Gee! Seeing this, Shag Goth called out again and then happily climbed onto Fang Mo's body, directly scaling his arm to the top of his head, and even lightly jumped a couple of times. You're saying you come with a consciousness network? After hearing Shag Goth's explanation, Fang Mo couldn't help but be amazed. Wow, what a sage-like slime. No, wait, this seems a bit conflicting. Well, let's just call you Root Shag Goth. Fang Mo was not surprised that Shag Goth had the ability to split itself. After all, even the slimes in the MC world can split. But what Fang Mo didn't expect was that Shag Goth splitting was not for reproduction or creating duplicates. Every cell of it was its own entity, similar to the slug sage in the world of Naruto, able to split and merge at will. All its split forms shared a single consciousness, the so-called quantum consciousness network. This was indeed impressive. It was unexpected that such a strong effect would result from pouring a small bottle of chemical X into it. Turn entirely into a small blob for me to see. After pondering, Fang Mo issued an order to the Shag Goth in front of him. As a result, in the next second, the Shag Goth in front of him exploded instantly. Yes, it exploded. Hundreds of small black sticky blobs jumped out from inside and began to scatter around joyfully. These Shag Goth, looking like shiny coal balls, were full of elasticity. Some jumped onto Fango, some bounced around on the ground, and others remained stationary but stretched out their small tentacles, waving them in the air. Each Shag Goth was chirping, making the whole scene look chaotic. Wow, they even seem a bit cute. Seeing this, Fango also laughed and casually picked up 2 small Shag Goth and started rolling them in his hands. Perhaps it was because of the consumption of chemical X, or some other reason, but the Shag Goth indeed underwent significant evolution. This evolution not only turned them into root Shag Goth, but their body structure also changed. Their bodies, unlike their kin's sticky, slime-like consistency, were instead very bouncy and flexible. In Fangmo's own words, the touch of Shag Goth felt like rubber when hard, and when soft, it was extremely soft and slippery, with a perfect elasticity when squeezed. This texture, as those who know, was something Fango himself found endlessly enjoyable. If he had a bed full of Shag Goth and lay on it, it would be like enjoying heaven. Of course, this would only be true for Fango. If it were someone else, they might actually end up in heaven. In any case, after playing with the Shag Goth for a while, Fango did not delay for too long. Now, Ashwe had already prepared dinner at home, so he quickly took the Shag Goth back home. Upon seeing this large group of Shag Goth, Ashwe also seemed stunned. However, she didn't say anything. These little guys were well behaved and obedient, and always helped with the household chores, so Ashwe quite liked them. But this large group of jumping and hopping Shag Goth was indeed a bit noisy. So, after dinner, Fango only kept a small group of Shag Goth and ordered the rest to converge together. Then he transferred this large mass to the planet Ego, letting them go play with the scarred man. There's not much to say about that night. Fango had been researching the materialization of the MC reality in the evenings, but today, at the persuasion of Ashwe, he finally had a good sleep. However, early the next morning, Fango was directly awakened by a phone call. After answering the phone, Fango was stunned because the call was from Makima, who normally would never call him. After all, the two didn't get along, and she usually had Hayakawa Aki convey messages to him. So, this phone call meant, something had happened. Chapter 371, Chapter 368, International Assassin Arc Start. Just as Fango had anticipated, Makima's intention in seeking him out was indeed not benevolent. However, Fango was definitely not afraid. In fact, he was quite eager to see how Makima would struggle. Therefore, not long after receiving the call, he went to the police headquarters office with Shag Goth. After watching TV for a while, Shag Goth seemed to have become exceptionally smart. Now, it could not only mimic animals like kittens and puppies but even common items like necklaces, bracelets, or even clothes. What's happening? As soon as Fango stepped into Makima's office, he directly asked, could it be that the cabinet ministers have finally come around and are ready to discuss with me about the contracting fees for the Tokyo crematorium? They are currently preoccupied with other matters and might not be able to pay attention to this issue. Makima's tone was very gentle, which was one of her characteristics. Regardless of what she thought internally, she always spoke as if conversing with a friend, never revealing her inner thoughts. I called you here for another matter. What's the matter? Fango asked directly. I just received some intelligence. The number of foreign devil hunters applying for entry has suddenly surged, Makima said. It was already evident yesterday, but today it's even more exaggerated. Even a few individuals whom I can't ignore have started to act like Germany's Christmas tree. Fango asked with a smile. It's Germany's Santa Claus. Makima, cautious as always, couldn't gather much information through small animals, like not understanding the Christmas tree joke, and corrected him, he is a terrifying devil hunter. There are rumors that he has already died of old age, but it seems now that it might have been a ruse. So why is he called Santa Claus? Fango couldn't help but ask. Is this guy's movement speed very fast? Can he deliver gifts all over the world in one night? I'm not sure. Makima shook her head, I haven't had a direct encounter with him yet, and the information about this is very tightly controlled, so I'm not clear about what kind of abilities he has. When you think of Santa Claus, you think of gifts, and when you think of gifts, you think of the stockings used to hold them. Fango touched his chin and said, "Do you think Santa Claus would like black stockings or white ones? Personally, I prefer white a bit more. But black seems kind of intense. Which do you prefer?" After hearing this, Makima seemed to fall silent for a moment, probably not knowing how to respond, so she changed the subject. "I previously discovered some foreign devil hunters, so I brought them back for questioning. It turns out their real target seems to be Denji. They want to kill Denji." Fango deliberately put on a somewhat puzzled expression and asked knowingly, "Did Denji mess with them playing LOL, leading to a cross-border manhunt? It seems they want Denji's heart." Makima said, "It's still unclear why Denji-kun's heart is so attractive to them, but he is indeed in great danger now. According to my current information, someone has placed an order for several $1 million, targeting Denji-kun's heart. This bounty is enough to attract many skilled devil hunters." "Denji is human, right?" Fango touched his chin and asked, "Is it really okay for devil hunters to target a human?" "Denji-kun can transform into a chainsaw man," Makima explained. "Perhaps in the eyes of some devil hunters, he's no longer human. Of course, the bounty might also be a factor. With such a large amount of money tempting them, indeed some devil hunters might abandon their principles. So it's no problem to kill these people?" Fango asked. "We are already arresting them," Makima said while touching her chin. "Ordinary devil hunters are arrested upon arrival due to diplomatic reasons, so killing is not encouraged. But considering those monsters, I'm worried you'll be handicapped if you hold back, so go all out." "Going all out is not really necessary." Fango smiled, "This world isn't like those pitch-black bullets, it's not yet time for me to personally undertake a major cleansing. Apparently, Quangzai has also received a mission." Makima suddenly said, "Actually, our information here is very confidential, but somehow, it seems like the whole world knows about the Denji matter now." "Quangzai?" Fango stroked his chin, "Is that the lesbian woman that Kishive once pursued? Did Captain Kishive tell you?" Makima nodded, "In that case, I don't need to explain much. Anyway, she is a very terrifying individual, the original devil hunter. Besides, she also has several devil minions." "Minions? Aren't they her family slaves?" Fango curiously asked. "Consultant Fango, there are surveillance devices here." Makima also touched his forehead with a headache, "Could you please be a bit more mindful of your words?" "Ah, all right, all right." Fango waved his hand, "Anyway, just need to finish off this bunch of people, right?" "No problem, leave it to me. I've been itching for some action lately. When the time comes, I'll use my Super Shinra Tensei and Infinite Filling Virtual Flash, and I'll make sure not even the remnants of these people are left." It's good that Consultant Fango is confident. Makima nodded, "I've also contacted the public safety devil hunters Mr. Kusakabe, Mr. Tamoki and the civilian devil hunter Hirofumi Yoshida to protect Denji-kun. They are all experts in this field, very good at protecting others. Meanwhile, the 4th Division has also stopped their regular tasks to form a special group. This is too much trouble." Fango couldn't help but comment, then suggested, "Why don't we just parade Denji through the streets, or hang him at the gates of Tokyo City? Each time they come, we kill one. The heads can be neatly arranged at the side, or find some wooden stakes and impale the bodies on them." "Consultant Fango, please don't joke during work." Makima helplessly reminded. "The most important thing in life is to be happy," Fango said cheerfully, "Anyway, leave this matter to me. I'll make sure everything is clear and straightforward. Then let Mr. Fango take the role of Chief Commander." Makima said, "I am responsible for guarding the rear. The cabinet is worried about other devils or foreign enemies taking advantage of the situation, so I might not be able to lend a hand." "Just leave it to me and rest assured," replied Fango, patting his chest and showing a confident smile. "I have already drawn up the blueprint for the 3rd New Tokyo City." Makima did not speak but looked at Fango, seemingly weighing whether her plan would succeed. However, she soon smiled and said, "Well then, I'll leave it to you." Soon after, under Makima's introduction, Fango met the members of the escort team. The team seemed to be led by Kusakabe, who was meticulous about his hair, wore black framed glasses, and was somewhat obsessive about cleanliness, and his partner, Tamoki, a short-haired man with a mole on his forehead. Also present was a young man with disheveled hair, Hirofumi Yoshida, who seemed young but always wore a smile, coming from civilian ranks. After a brief interaction and sharing their views with Fang Mo, Kusakabe suggested meeting with the members of 4th Division first and then planning the next course of action. Kusakabe also proposed using Denji as bait, a plan similar to Fang Mo's, considering that the enemy was hiding in the shadows. The idea was to lure them out and then deal with them. However, arranging the schedule would require a discussion with Denji himself, his partner Powet, and their guardian, Hayakawa Aki. Therefore, Fang Mo quickly led them to the Hayakawa residence. Denji and Power were playful, but Hayakawa Aki was serious about the situation, especially since Makima had informed him of its gravity over a phone call earlier. The plan was quickly approved, and the escort team immediately sprang into action. Although action here simply meant wandering the streets to attract the enemy's attack. Denji and Power continued their playful antics, but since the devil hunters who had arrived were professionals, any slight piece of information could help them locate the target. However, it wasn't long before Power complained of hunger, as did Denji, since it was nearing noon. After a brief discussion, they decided to eat at a nearby hamburger shop serving Western-style beef cheeseburgers with pickles, tomatoes, and onion rings. Fang Mo also ordered one and began eating with Denji and Power. Aside from these three, the rest Hayakawa Aki, the Angel Devil, Kusakabe, Tamoki, and Hirofumi Yashida did not eat. With Denji being a special protective target and considering the potential threat of devil hunters, everyone except the Angel Devil was on high alert to prevent any sudden attacks. Under such surveillance, Denji should have been safe. However, he and Power were always causing trouble. For instance, Power refused to eat vegetables, and Denji forcefully stuffed a tomato into her mouth, causing her to almost vomit, much to the annoyance of the others. At this critical moment, the enemy began to move. A beautiful woman, who had paid no attention to Denji and the others, subtly scratched Denji with a nail as she passed by. Her technique was so skillful that not only the escort team but even Denji himself didn't feel any pain. Though the others didn't notice, Fang Mo did. He watched her and recalled some details from the Darkness Devil. If he remembered correctly, the woman seemed to be one of the bosses, the real identity of Santa Claus. Fang Mo couldn't recall her name, but her demeanor of gradually understanding everything was etched in his memory. Chapter 372, Chapter 369, Gas. Actually, the woman across was also somewhat surprised. She considered her skills at concealing herself to be quite good, yet Fang Mo was still staring at her the whole time. Could it be that she had been discovered? However, despite her thoughts, she acted as if she were completely unaware and went to the counter to pick up her meal. Then, she returned to her table and sat down with a young man, without glancing over at the electric appliance section again, behaving just like a true tourist. "Master, have we been discovered?" However, the man opposite her couldn't keep his composure like she did. Upon seeing the woman return, he immediately lowered his voice and said, "That man across has been watching us. I remember he seems to be that young man's superior, technical consultant or something." "Stay calm, Tolka." The woman known as Master slowly spoke, "We are here on vacation, relax a bit, and stop looking over there." "Tolka," the man called, obediently picked up his burger and began to eat. As for the other side, Hayakawa Aki had also noticed Fang Mo's actions. After all, Fang Mo's blatant staring was too conspicuous. He might not have noticed the subtle movements of Denji getting hurt, but that didn't mean he wouldn't notice Fang Mo's obvious actions. "What's the situation?" After thinking it over, Hayakawa Aki also asked in a low voice, "Is it the enemy?" "It's nothing." Fang Mo shook his head and casually fabricated, "I was just thinking that the woman has quite a few moles on her face. I know an old man in China who made a contract with the Mole Devil, and I was wondering whether to introduce her to him. Those are called beauty marks." Hayakawa Aki couldn't help but say, "Can you take this a bit more seriously? You are the overall commander of this operation. Can you please stop staring at other women? Aren't you seeing Mr. Kusakabe taking it seriously?" Fang Mo directly said, "This is called specialization. He has always been meticulous, so let him handle the planning and strategy, and I will execute them. Everyone plays to their strengths, and that's the essence of teamwork. If you really want me to take it seriously, then I might have Denji cosplay as Saitama walking down the street, how about that?" Truth be told, if the newcomers were ordinary assassins or devil hunters, like the Undying Brothers, Fang Mo would have easily taken care of them. But the problem was that the opponent was a master, the legendary Santa Claus herself, who in the original story opened the gates of hell and sent the protagonist group to hell. To be honest, Fango had set his sights on the Dark Devil long ago. After all, this creature was the primordial evil, the sealing of combat power in the original story. It would be a pity not to seal it in a sword to create a shadow that blocks out the sun. Unfortunately, Fango did not have a teleportation anchor in hell, so to allow the master to open the gates of hell later, Fango turned a blind eye to her. There was no choice. How could Fango arrange the gates of hell with obsidian in the real world? Consultant Fango turns out to be unexpectedly easy to get along with. Kusakabe was unaware of Fango's plan, and upon hearing his explanation, he looked up at Fango with some surprise. The rumors say that the consultant of the 4th Special Division is very troublesome, but it seems that's just their bias. Young man, you have a good eye. After a round of mutual tactical flattery, Fango also smiled and then directly took something out and handed it over. Here, take this, it's a gift for our meeting. What is this? Kusakabe was somewhat puzzled but still accepted the item Fango handed over. It was a pale red heart-shaped stone with an indescribably strange rhythm to it, yet for some reason, it felt very comforting to look at. This is a special medal for the revival race. Fango introduced with a smile, with this thing, you can win any revival race 100%. I suggest you wear it on you, it could save your life at a critical moment. Thank you for that. Kusakabe seemed unconvinced but still displayed a polite smile and put the item away. Just as Kusakabe had put away the life-saving charm, Hayakawa Aki's phone suddenly rang. Hayakawa Aki took out his phone with a bit of confusion, and his expression changed immediately. He stood up from his chair. What? Is it true? Okay. I understand, I'll be right there. What happened? Tamoki asked upon seeing this. Miss Tendo and Mr. Kuros had an accident. Mr. Kuros said they've been attacked, Hayakawa Aki said with a frown. Mr. Kuros is currently with Kobani and the Violence Devil. It seems the enemy has begun to move, we also need to be extra cautious. So, are we going over? Angel Devil lazily said, but I haven't even had lunch yet. Can you buy me a burger too? Now is not the time to eat. Hayakawa Aki said directly, clearly unable to sit still any longer. Kuros and Tendo had helped him before, and he couldn't just stand by idly now that something had happened. We're heading over now. How long could eating a burger possibly delay us? Can you afford the responsibility if you starve the kid thin? However, Fango didn't care about that and raised his hand to signal for another burger, then turned to Angel Devil. All right, after you finish the burger, we'll go. Ah, thank you. Angel Devil said subconsciously. No problem. Fango waved his hand nonchalantly, just come to my room tonight. Angel Devil immediately silenced, and it was a while before she couldn't help but say, if you're going to say that. I don't have to eat this hamburger. Seeing this, Kusakabe seemed somewhat speechless too. He unconsciously turned his head to look at Hayakawa Aki, who just shrugged his shoulders, indicating that Fango is always like this. After this little interlude, everyone quickly left the burger shop and arrived at the meeting point. When they arrived at the meeting point, Kobani and Kuros had already arrived. The Violence Devil greeted them warmly. Yo, boss. You're in good shape today, Galgali. Fango also responded, speaking of which, your poison gas mask is too visually striking. How about you carry a poison gas tank on your back next time? It's unfair that you're the only one inhaling that poison. If you release it, everyone can inhale it together, weakening the enemy's combat power. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Fighting while spraying poison gas. The Violence Devil touched his head, seemingly really considering it. Sounds okay, but normal devils probably aren't afraid of this kind of poison, right? While the two were chatting away, Kuros started negotiating with Hayakawa Aki. His injuries were quite severe, even his forehead was bandaged. He should have gone to the hospital for recovery, but he insisted on coming to the meeting. Kobani is soft-hearted and couldn't persuade him, so she had no choice but to reluctantly agree. However, Hayakawa Aki felt differently. He thought Kuros's current condition wasn't good, so he wanted to persuade him to go back and rest. Unfortunately, Kuros kept insisting he could still fight, and somehow the topic shifted to Denji. Kuros earnestly grabbed his hand, expressing that he would protect him along with Tendo's share as well. Just then, Power, who was always restless, started causing trouble again. She suddenly set her sights on a car not far away because she had seen the three of them come down from this car when they met earlier. Thinking it over, Power turned her head and asked Kobani, "This is your car, right?" "Ah, yes, it is." Kobani said somewhat nervously, "For the convenience of work, I saved money for a long time, and also to pick up family members." "Wow!" Hearing this, Power immediately got excited. "I was dragged shopping by these people early in the morning, and my feet are tired. This car comes at the right time, hurry up and let me." Before she could finish her sentence, suddenly a hand was placed on her shoulder. Then Fang Mo's voice rang out. "Well said." "Wow!" Power was startled and immediately admitted defeat. "Boss, spare my life. It wasn't me who wanted to rob. This woman wanted to give the car to me voluntarily." "Ah!" Kobani hurriedly said, "It's not me, I didn't." "There's no time to explain, get in the car quickly." Fang Mo directly waved his hand and ordered, "In any case, both of you get in." "Understood." These two were usually scared by Fang Mo's special training and dared not defy him, so they obediently got in the car. However, Power still played a trick, squeezing Kobani into the passenger seat, while he himself sat in the driver's seat with excitement. "Can you drive?" Fang Mo asked. I guess." Power hesitated for a moment, but eventually told the truth, "I've seen others drive before, so I can drive." "Good." Fang Mo nodded, then crossed his arms, and his demeanor suddenly changed. He said in a cold voice, "Drive." "Where to?" Power asked subconsciously. "The pedestrian walkway." "Ha!" Hearing Fang Mo's words, not only Powet, but even Kobani seemed stunned for a moment. Wait, the pedestrian walkway means. The pedestrian walkway is quite spacious, isn't it?" Fang Mo raised his hand and pointed at Kuros, who was shaking hands with Denji in front of them, and then released a part of his aura. "Drive there." "Yes." Power was really scared of Fang Mo. Feeling his aura, he quickly stepped on the gas pedal, and with a roar, Kobani's beloved car instantly shot out from its spot. Seeing this, Kobani seemed to realize something too, and her face instantly turned extremely scared. Wait, ah! But it was too late. The car went straight towards Kuros and Denji, hitting them with a loud thud, and the two were instantly thrown out. But that was not all. Since Power had floored the gas pedal, the car chased after them and then directly rolled over their faces with the wheels, before finally crashing diagonally into the wall on the other side of the road. This crash was quite severe, even flipping open the front hood of the car, and smoke started billowing out from inside. Chapter 373, Chapter 370, Are looking down on us. Women? What are you guys doing? After the initial shock, everyone quickly gathered around, especially those on Hayakawa Aki's side, who seemed utterly dumbfounded. Power, have you lost your mind? This has nothing to do with me. Power immediately explained after getting out of the car, it was the boss who told me to hit him. If someone gets killed, go find him. And the car isn't mine, so even if you want to blame it on Kobani-chan, you can't blame me, right? You guys, this. Hayakawa Aki didn't know what to say, expressing with an immense headache, Kuros-senpai. Can he still be saved if we send him to the hospital now? I think there's probably no need to send him to the hospital. At this moment, Yoshida Hirofumi suddenly spoke up, Hayakawa-senpai, look at Kuros-senpai's face. Upon hearing this, everyone unconsciously looked down and noticed indeed a change in Kuros's face. He had just been hit by a car, and then the tire had rolled over his face, resulting in a deathly appearance with blood flowing from all orifices. Yet, he was still recognizable as Kuros. However, under everyone's gaze, his face, or rather his entire head, was slowly changing, as if removing a disguise, gradually transforming into another person's appearance. Tamoki, who was not far away, immediately changed his expression and exclaimed, "This face, looks like one of the Undying Trio, doesn't it?" "Exactly. It seems I have uncovered the enemy's true identity." Power, seeing this, immediately said, "Quick, praise me, foolish humans. This is my achievement. The Undying Trio." However, Hayakawa Aki paid him no heed and turned to Tamoki, "Who is that?" "A devil hunter from the USA. Tamaki explained, though called devil hunters, they basically never kill devils, instead, they engage in assassin-like activities. They are three brothers who have made a pact with a skin devil, allowing them to take on someone else's appearance just by touching their corpse. So, Kuro's senpai has already. Upon hearing this, Hayakawa Aki let out a deep sigh. Most likely, he was murdered. Kusakabe said, the Undying Trio is known for their ruthlessness in the USA. It's likely not just Mr. Kuro's who was killed, but Aldo C-Pain and also Ms. Tendo. The contract is held by the three brothers, so there are two more people, right? Yoshida Hirofumi spoke up from the side, perhaps others have already disguised themselves and infiltrated our ranks. We should first find a way to confirm each other's identities. In that case, let's each reveal our contracted devils. Kusakabe thought for a moment and suggested, but we should go somewhere with no people around, this place is too crowded. And although Kuro's here is an imposter, the chainsaw boy must be real, right? He was hit by a car, is he alright? Don't worry. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Mo slowly emerged from the car. The injuries he usually sustains are much more severe than this. Being chopped into stuffing is considered a minor injury for him, pulling a tab can revive him to full health instantly. How did you realize that someone was impersonating Kuro's senpai? Hayakawa Aki looked up and asked Fang Mo, even though Power kept claiming the credit, it was clearly Fang Mo who had instructed her to do so. Do you even need to ask? Fang Mo pointed directly at a corpse on the ground and said, this beast, I could tell at a glance it wasn't human. To be honest, Fang Mo initially couldn't distinguish the true from the false, having followed Chainsaw Man for a long time, it was impossible to remember every detail so clearly. However, the issue was that he had just glanced at the minimap, and the chibi avatar of the person wasn't Kuro's but someone he had never seen before. At such a time, disguising oneself as another identity to approach the protagonist group, that must mean the person is a villain. There are three people in the Undying Brothers. Hearing the conversation between the two, Taimoki also reacted and directly asked Fang Mo, there should still be two people hiding, can consultant Fang Mo find them? Let me see. Fang Mo looked at the minimap through Steve's perspective, from what I see, the opponent hasn't mixed in with us, they must be hiding in the crowd around us, right? What should we do, should we control the crowd? Hayakawa Aki asked. Wouldn't that be making too much of a scene? Kusakabe couldn't help but say, and if it causes panic among the public, it would be easier for other enemies to attack us in the chaos. Alright, I've found them. As they were speaking, Fang Mo raised his hand and pointed to a spot not far away. Due to the recent car accident, a crowd had already gathered around, as humans are indeed a species that enjoys a spectacle. Following the direction Fang Mo pointed, they saw a pair that looked like father and son, one older and one younger, staring at the corpse on the ground with disbelief. To be honest, both of their appearances were utterly ordinary, the kind that couldn't be singled out in a crowd, but their expressions were indeed strange. The expressions on everyone else's faces were those of shock, fear, or disgust. But only the two of them had expressions of disbelief, sadness, and hatred on their faces. It was clear to anyone with eyes that the person lying on the ground had a connection to them. Just these two losers. Fang Mo simply waved his hand and said, anyway, get someone to finish them off first. I'll go. Yoshida Hirofumi volunteered, then walked towards the two with a smile. Although it was a smile, he already emitted a killing aura, causing the bystanders to instinctively step back, making way for the two. Damn, we've been discovered. Seeing that their disguise had failed, the two no longer pretended and immediately thought of retreating. The one disguised as a young man immediately pulled out a handgun, retreating while firing. This, a gun. It's a gun. The bystanders panicked upon seeing the gun, realizing this was beyond mere spectating, and hurriedly turned to flee. Octopus. Yoshida Hirofumi raised his hand, and immediately a blast of black mist exploded behind him, with giant octopus tentacles acting like a wall in front of him, blocking the bullets. Seeing that shooting was ineffective, the attackers immediately turned to run, but Yoshida Hirofumi pulled out a small knife from nowhere and threw it forward, hitting one in the back. The person spat blood and fell to the ground with a look of disbelief and despair. Second brother. Seeing his companion fall, the remaining old man seemed panicked and shouted, then his face showed anger as he instinctively reached for his waist, seemingly trying to draw a gun. However, before he could draw his gun, a fireball flew over and engulfed him completely. With a scream, the man fell to the ground, lifeless, engulfed in flames. With this, the indestructible trio was completely wiped out. After dealing with these assassins from the USA, the guard team felt a slight relief. Yoshida Hirofumi slowly walked back, curiously looking at Hayakawa Aki. Your contracted devil is quite special. Fire has a significant lethality to many devils. My octopus says it dislikes you a bit. Which devil did you make a contract with? It's not a contract. Oh, he made a contract with Agni. Before Hayakawa Aki could finish, Fang Mo interrupted him. The devil of the primal flame, fear of fire is an instinct ingrained in the genes, and it was born from it. Sounds like a powerful devil. Yoshida Hirofumi said. This world was originally enveloped in endless darkness. It was only after the first flame rose that light dispersed the darkness. This is the primal fire Agni that supports all life, Fang Mo explained with a smile. But now, as the fire dims and no king is seen, Hayakawa Aki, the ember without fire, stepped forward in this critical moment, willingly becoming the fuel king. Although I don't understand, it seems very impressive. Yoshida Hirofumi chuckled and said, it must be related to the contract conditions with the fire devil, but given the crowd here, using a subtle way of expression is indeed reasonable. So, what should we do with the corpses on the ground? Hayakawa Aki did not join in, rather, it seemed he had already gotten used to Fang Mo's nonsense. These are humans, not devils. It's not good to just leave them here, is it? The special division should have arranged for logistics personnel specifically for this. Tamaki explained, all we need to do is protect the chainsaw boy. The rest can be left to the logistics team. If not, your colleagues can handle it, like that devil over there. Me? The violence devil was a bit surprised, but I've never dealt with this kind of thing. What's the big deal? Kobani-chan has a car, doesn't she? Fang Mo directly said, just load the bodies of these 3 people into the car and take them to the police station, and that's it. Or, if you find it troublesome, just throw them into an oil drum, seal it with cement, and sink it in Tokyo Bay. Kobani is going to cry, isn't she? After hearing this, the violent devil subconsciously touched his head. Her car just ran someone over, and now it has to carry these dead bodies away. Isn't this too ominous? What's the big deal? The Ivco and the Golden Cup vans can carry dead bodies and ashes, why can't her car do it? Fang Mo immediately retorted, are you looking down on us women? This series of punches left the violence devil completely dumbfounded. Can you stop causing trouble? Seeing this, Hayakawa Aki couldn't help but interject, directly making a comment, aren't you a man too? Stop making things difficult for Galen. However, before he could finish his sentence, Fang Mo had already transformed into a young girl with white hair and red eyes. Come on, keep talking. The young girl, standing with her hands on her hips, boldly said, you actually assumed my gender. What do you want to know? My age? I'm going to put this pathetic devil hunter in jail. If you're guilty, let the law punish you. Seeing Fang Mo like this, Hayakawa Aki also covered his face with an immense headache, letting this devil torment me by turning into a little girl. Sigh. Chapter 374, Sponsored Chapter 371, Statue of Nyarlathotep Summoned Obama. This chapter is sponsored by Sato Ito. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. In summary, under Fang Mo's influence, the bodies of the undying trio were dealt with by the violence devil. He didn't use Kobani's car but tied the 3 together with a rope, letting Kobani lead the way by driving in front, while he jogged behind. Hey, you don't think they'll come back to life, do you? After dealing with the bodies, Power came over and said, I heard you call them the undying trio. Don't tell me they have immortal bodies like Denji? If so, didn't I kill them for nothing? They indeed claim to possess immortal bodies. Kuros spoke, it's said they survived gunshots, fires, poisonings, and even being eaten by a devil, yet for some unknown reason, they never died. However, they truly seem to have lost all signs of life just now. And considering their strength, even if they were to come back to life, they wouldn't be a match for that devil. They call that an immortal body. However, unlike others who were cautious, Fang Mo scoffed upon hearing this, having returned to his normal state from the white-haired Lolita form, they're just clowns. If you're really worried, I'll call Galgali later and have him seal these 3 in concrete, ensuring they die for good and don't come back. Yes, this so-called undying trio was indeed a joke. As ordinary assassins, they were somewhat competent, especially with their ability to disguise themselves and their skill with handguns, which could eliminate some people, even unsuspecting devil hunters. But if it came down to a serious fight, any random person from the special division could easily kill them. There was no helping it. Under Fang Mo's special training, even Kobani had developed a unique skill in throwing knives. On the other hand, the Undying Trio kept brainwashing themselves into believing they were immortal, yet the eldest was directly killed by a car, dying with his eyes wide open, making their claim a complete joke. After dealing with the Undying Trio, the group didn't linger much. They moved to a deserted area, and then Hayakawa Aki quickly revived Denji with an engine pull. After that, the group quickly resumed wandering the streets. But for some reason, after the interlude with the Undying Trio, they didn't achieve anything the entire day, as if all other assassins had been scared off. Certainly, this is not impossible. Firstly, Makima had already controlled the nearby airport, and many devil hunters were controlled as soon as they landed. The few devil hunters who managed to escape pursuit were no ordinary individuals, there must have been someone watching from the shadows. However, the encounter with the previously Undying Trio served as a warning to them. The special division is not to be trifled with, and the strength displayed by Hirofumi Yashida and Hayakawa Aki should not be underestimated. Some bounty hunters, upon realizing the difficulty of the situation, likely retreated immediately. After all, they were only in it for the money and saw no need to risk their lives. It's also possible they received intelligence that Santa Claus and Kwangzai would also take action, prompting them to leave voluntarily. For an entire day, no one encountered a second wave of attackers. Therefore, Denji and Power grumbled their way home, truly exhausted from the day's walk, now only wishing to lie in bed and sleep well. They did manage to sleep. However, the others dared not let their guard down. Indeed, after a whole day of accompanying them, the guards were also tired, and following a suggestion by Kusakabe, the special division called in another group to temporarily replace them. This included the yet-to-appear Shark Devil and the bomber, Reze. Kusakabe divided the guard team into 2 shifts for rest, coordinating with the night duty Shark Devil Beam and Reze, prepared to endure the night. As for Fang Mo, he actually didn't need to sleep. But guarding Denji non-stop day and night was too foolish, so he straightforwardly chose to quit, stating he needed rest, and then teleport back to his villa, where he had a home-cooked dinner prepared by Ashwet. After dinner, Fang Mo interacted with Shugs for a while. This little guy had been mimicking a bracelet all day and was surprisingly well behaved, so Fang Mo rewarded him, holding him in his hand while petting him and watching TV. When it was time to sleep, Fang Mo unsurprisingly had some insomnia. After some thought, he started to examine Steve's backpack to see what could be materialized for a look, even materializing a Tinker's exclusive golden skull and some slime crystals, but unfortunately, many items were of little use after being materialized. The Tinker's exclusive golden skull, which is supposed to add enhancement slots to tools, turned out to be just a solid gold human head after materialization, and the head was even trademark Fang Mo's own, which was ridiculously stupid. The slime crystal was even more useless, just a hard crystal that secretes a mysterious, slippery liquid. It could be used as lubricant if one wanted to roll in the sheets, but there was always the fear that a slime might suddenly pop out from inside. After tossing and turning all night, Fang Mo had no gains. So, after much consideration, Fang Mo decided to materialize the statue of Nyarlathotep. This seemed somewhat dangerous, but this world was Chainsaw Man's, where people were already fighting devils, so adding a setting of the return of ancient days didn't seem like much, did it? Thinking about this, Fang Mo decided to first find a geomantically auspicious site. A villa was definitely out of the question. He was not afraid of anything himself, but it would be troublesome if it affected Ashwet. After much deliberation, Fang Mo went directly to the police headquarters and then kicked open the office dedicated to Makima. Since the other party had already gone off work to rest, Fang Mo's actions did not affect anyone. After this, Fang Mo's mind stirred, summoning Steve. Under his mental control, Steve slowly took out a cyan grey statue from the inventory and handed it to Fang Mo, who then reached out and touched the statue. The next second, a white light flashed. The statue in Fang Mo's hand suddenly changed. Originally, it was a pixel-style trinket, but now it had suddenly transformed into an entirely black, eerie statue. Atop its square base, something indescribable and lifelike was carved. It resembled a ferocious humanoid creature, but its body exuded a strange aura everywhere. Especially where the head of this humanoid creature should have been, there was instead a huge, coiling tentacle. Frankly, the statue looked quite ugly, but Fang Mo did not feel himself falling into madness or anything, he simply found it ugly. How is this thing supposed to be used? Fang Mo examined the statue for a while, then placed it on Makima's desk. It's not like I have to burn incense or offer sacrifices, right? Maybe arrange a few golden apples. However, before he could finish speaking, Fang Mo suddenly felt as if someone was watching him from behind. Almost instinctively, Fang Mo turned his head to look, and just then, he saw a figure with a smile in the darkness, which greatly surprised him. *CK, Obama. Chapter 375, Sponsored Chapter 372, Kwangzai is coming. *CK, Obama. Upon witnessing the scene, Fang Mo was immediately shocked. He's even wearing a suit and tie, isn't this level of accuracy a bit too high? Indeed, the appearance of the other party was incredibly lifelike. He was a tall man with dark skin, sporting a bright smile. The man had short hair and was dressed in a clean and neat black suit, with a white shirt underneath and a red tie. No matter how you looked at it, the man had a very strong presence. And just like how Fang Mo observed him, the man was also sizing up Fang Mo, but his eyes revealed a bit of confusion. You? Obama seemed a bit hesitant. He looked Fang Mo up and down and then glanced at Steve beside him. After thinking for a while, he finally asked, "Whose incarnation are you?" "A loyal anthem," Fang Mo said softly. Obama, or rather, Nyarlathotep, was stunned for a moment, then turned his head to the side and asked, "Yog, do you recognize him?" With those words, a dazzling light suddenly illuminated the entire office. Without any warning, a multitude of spheres twinkling with countless stars appeared out of nowhere. Then, as the light flickered, though no sound was made, Fang Mo still somehow heard that calm and indifferent voice. "I don't recognize him." After these words were spoken, the series of glowing spheres disappeared. Hearing this, Nyarlathotep seemed a bit puzzled, and he looked at Fang Mo again. Strange. How come even Yog doesn't recognize you? Maybe because I like going to Yog. Fang Mo said subconsciously, by the way, besides going to Yog, I also particularly like making friends with black people. It seems you're quite interesting. Upon hearing this, Nyarlathotep thought for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Well, it doesn't matter whether you are a newcomer or an outsider, you seem to suit my taste quite well. So. Fang Mo looked at Nyarlathotep in front of him and tentatively made an invitation, "Shall we cause some mischief together?" "Let's cause some mischief together." Nyarlathotep revealed a bright and pleasant smile at that moment. Let's go home." Fang Mo was also happy. By now, he had probably figured out the current situation, so he directly called out, "The watermelons at my place are really sweet. Let's eat and talk." As everyone knows, when one fun thing collides with another, the level of joy doubles. And Fang Mo, by some fluke, summoned Nyarlathotep. What would happen next was easy to imagine. After some time of communication, Fang Mo also thoroughly understood the current situation, which was pretty much as he had expected. The Nyarlathotep in front of him was not an MC entity, but the actual outer god from the Thulhu mythos, one of the three pillars of gods, the crawling chaos of stealth. But to be honest, what exactly is the Thulhu mythos? Fang Mo still hasn't figured it out. Now, he has two completely different guesses. The first is that the so-called Thulhu mythos, including all the deities mentioned, like Yog-Sothoth, Nyarlathotep, Azathoth, Groth, Thulhu, etc., truly exist in some part of the universe. When Fang Mo accidentally activated the statue, Nyarlathotep discovered this new world where Fang Mo was and thus descended to greet him. Besides, Fang Mo had a second guess. That is the reality testing experiment. Normally speaking, if Fang Mo just materialized a statue of an evil god, it might really just be a statue without any effect. But the problem is, there are two types of Nyarlathotep statues in the Abyssal Craft mod. One type is for decorative purposes only, with no actual use, while the other is a true evil god statue that can activate rituals. Fang Mo used the real Nyarlathotep statue for materialization. The logic of the reality testing experiment has always been bizarre. Perhaps after the judgment, the world's laws confirmed it truly possesses some kind of power, yet there is no Thulhu mythos system in this world, so the world's laws forcefully generated a whole set of Thulhu deities. or simply linked this world with another that was based on the Thulhu mythos. However, whether it's the first guess or the second, the Nyarlathotep in front of Fang Mo is a real biological entity, not an MC entity. This means it does not have to obey or be controlled by Fang Mo. Despite this, Nyarlathotep's attitude in front of Fang Mo was still quite good. After Fang Mo invited him to the villa for a chat, he sat on the sofa with a smile, legs crossed, hands clasped on his knees, and started to chat leisurely with Fang Mo. Basically, he answered all of Fang Mo's questions. In return, Fang Mo also explained the worldview of this place to him. That is, the concepts of devils, hell, and humans. After hearing this, Nyarlathotep seemed quite excited, indicating that this world was very suitable for him to make a move. It's worth mentioning that Fang Mo did not feel any strange aura from the other party. Logically speaking, they had been talking for almost an entire evening. Remember, this is an outer god from the Thulhu worldview. A normal person would have gone mad by now, but Fang Mo was perfectly fine, which was a bit strange. And from the tone, it was not hard to tell. The entity across from him, Nyarlathotep, seemed to regard itself as one of his own kind. And it wasn't just any kind of kinship, Fang Mo could faintly sense the other's respect, even reverence, though this feeling was vague, perceptible only through bits and pieces of conversation. But Fang Mo didn't think it was an illusion, the other probably noticed something or misunderstood something. However, the two of them really enjoyed their conversation. It was as if the other wasn't that terrifying and bizarre outer god at all, but rather one of Fang Mo's morally dubious friends, making Fang Mo exceptionally pleased, both in the tone of the conversation and its content. In short, time quickly passed. By the next morning, after Ashwe had washed up, she slowly came downstairs, and upon seeing Nyarlathotep, she was stunned. Do we have a guest? Ashwe, let me introduce you. Seeing her, Fang Mo also introduced with a smile, this is my newly befriended ordinary friend, Nyarlathotep, but you can also call him Ocean of Books, no, Ocean of Views, Lucien, Nyazi, or the Convict Dumpling. You're joking again, master. Seeing this, Ashwe also immediately touched her forehead, then politely bowed slightly to Nyarlathotep. I apologize, Mr. Nya, master, is sometimes like this, but he means no harm. It's fine, I really like his personality. In human terms, it's called birds of a feather flock together. I wouldn't even introduce him to my boss to become friends with him, otherwise, our relationship wouldn't be equal. Nyarlathotep smiled and waved his hand. Beautiful Miss Snow Woman, could I have a cup of iced coffee? What kind? Ashwe looked at him a bit surprised, not expecting him to instantly recognize her identity. Hey, you can tell he's American just by looking at him. Before Nyarlathotep could speak, Fang Mo directly said, of course, give him an iced Americano, with 2 chilled bullets, the same kind Kennedy had. Is America also the strongest country in this world? Nyarlathotep first nodded at Ashwe, then turned to Fang Mo, are there nuclear bombs here? How many world wars have there been? There have been 2 world wars, and nuclear bombs have been developed. Fang Mo shrugged, but this world is a bit special, probably because of the devil rule causing trouble. The concept of nuclear bombs and World War II has been devoured, and now everyone has forgotten about these things. What? How can that be? Upon hearing this, Nyarlathotep immediately expressed displeasure. No way, I am going to run for the presidency of the USA. By then, let them create the antimatter bombs. How can the world of humans be without weapons of mass destruction? How miserable would they be? Good Lord, you really want to be Obama, hey? Fang Mo laughed upon hearing this. On the surface, you're the great leader of the USA, Obama, but in reality, you're the god of chaos, Ozma. You're really slick with this move. Why do humans always have to be so stupid and amusing? Nyarlathotep said with a smile, no matter how I deceive them, tempt them, they always end up repeating their mistakes. No one forces them, they always step into the abyss on their own. Before he could finish, Fang Mo's phone suddenly rang. Who is this? Hearing the ringtone, Fang Mo also felt a bit annoyed, but when he checked, it turned out to be Makima, which made him curious. So, he directly pressed the answer button. Before Fang Mo could speak, Makima on the other end asked. Consultant Fang Mo, did you visit the police headquarters last night? I did. Fang Mo didn't deny it. After all, the police headquarters have surveillance, and whether he went there or not could be found out by checking the surveillance. No need to lie, I just went to summon a god in your office, didn't steal your personal clothing. If your personal items are missing, it must be Denji's doing, unrelated to me, because if I were to glue something, I would aim directly at your face. Consultant Fang Mo, my personal items are not missing. Makima's serious voice came through the phone, but this morning, the personnel responsible for patrolling and the night shift at the police headquarters collectively went insane, and 7 people disappeared inside the building. Do you have any clue? Hearing this, Fang Mo instinctively glanced at Nyarlathotep, but he quickly denied any knowledge. What clue could I possibly have? Maybe they encountered some devil, but this is indeed quite outrageous. I'll go have a look. There's no need. Surprisingly, Makima refused Fang Mo's offer. If it wasn't something consultant Fang Mo did, then it might be the ghost of the Undying Trio. Their bodies also disappeared, perhaps they've resurrected and utilized some power. Anyway, leave the matter at the police headquarters to me, you focus on dealing with Denji. Do you really not need me? Fang Mo glanced at Nyarlathotep again. I wanted to introduce you to a black friend of mine. Hearing you have a liking for cookies, I thought of recommending him to you. Let's wait until this operation is over. Makima indeed did not take the bait, once again putting it off. I've just received intelligence that Kwangzai arrived in Tokyo yesterday, but seems to have spent the whole day indulging in food, drinks, and having fun with devils. Probably she will make her move today. Please ensure Denji's safety.
Thanks for listening.